Okay, folks, this is where we're going to start our journey today. And we need to get some things out of the way because I always end up encroaching myself. I'm extremely right-handed, which means anything that's over here on the right-hand side of me that I'm not using needs to move. It's running freaking interference big time. So I'm going to move this stuff over here. Move all the extra bits we did not choose at this time for this vehicle, for these vehicles. And these are the three that we're going to be working on this morning. There's enough things over here between the water cup and the pole of the light. That's plenty. I moved my drink cup to the left-hand side for a while ago, and it's working really well. Okay. So this is where we're at. The green things, we epoxied them in place. We added some extra baggage on here. Couple of wheels that we cast in here from a model kit. So we got spare wheels for these Panzers. So what we're going to do is we're going to paint all the things that are green black, and we're going to just use regular craft paint for it. We're not going to use the Vallejo. The black paint should work just fine. What's up, Jeffrey? Is your first to fight kit a Command 38T? It is. It is, and I just haven't put the antenna on it. It was really challenging, and I just walked away from it. I still have it. I don't really like first to fight. Their things are too in scale, which means they're fragile. That doesn't mean I won't buy another one of their kits, but you know, there's a downside to it. Yeah, and I don't know which one it is. I don't know which command one it is. They make several. I'm surprised they make an EF because I thought they only made stuff that involved Poland and the E wasn't around yet. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they made stuff for France too. I'm just going to pull the top of this off. We'll get a splooge of this. No, we need to go a little bit thinner than that. Okay, let's get the big brushes out of the equation here. Really excited for that thing. Well, I'm not trying not to get too excited about things because after COVID, you know, anything can change. Don't make any fucking plans. But I'm excited about next weekend. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it goes all right. Let's take some fresh water out of here. SPQR. So this morning I was... Okay, well, whatever works for you. I can't remember the last time I used Vallejo black or Vallejo white. It's just a lot easier just to grab the craft paint. You know, all this folk art paint isn't great, but the black and white is. Good morning, Benjamin. I mean, I need to watch those the two Danish movies. Well, really, April 9th. I did watch the Norwegian one, whatever it's called. It might just be called Narvik. Sorry, I'm lumping you in with all the other Scandinavian countries of World War II invasion. What's the other one? The King's Choice or something like that. Started watching that one, but was a little bit slow. I should just skip to the part where the Blucher gets sunk. I usually have breakfast surfing the internet or Facebook, and one of the Facebook groups that I subscribe to that always has some interesting information, because I'm still a noob to it. I'm still a noob to making things out of green stuff. Yeah, I think people should admit things that they're not good at. Not like, oh, I'm God's gift to everything. No, you're not. There's lots of things that everybody sucks at. It's this airbrushing group, and it's called something like Airbrushing from Beginners from Experts Advice or something like that. And there's always a fair amount of interesting information in there. And I realize, compared to some of these people, yeah, I'm an airbrush expert because I've been doing it for a while, even though I don't consider myself an airbrush expert. There's a lot of really dumb questions in there. And, but I came across an article that some guy said that a special mixture that he uses to airbrush mix AK and acrylics really well. So I'm gonna try that next time, because I'm not giving up. I want to get these really thin spider web camouflage. Not on everything, but there's times and places that you need to do it. So I'd like to get a chance to do some airbrushing this weekend. I don't know if that's in the cards, because I don't want to jump around too much. In other words, I want to get these guys completely done, so they don't bother me again. No, so that we get them, completed. And they are going to be on stands, but I'm not going to stop everything I'm doing to put them on stands. Keith's choice was decent, with the sinking of the Blucher and the battles with the Fallschirmjäger trying to capture the king. What's the difference between a dishwasher? Oh, that's not cool, man. I mean, I know it's just funny, but and you know what's really fucked up? There's people who actually do that. I remember in the early 80s in middle school, it was dead baby jokes. And the dead baby jokes, the problem with dead baby jokes, there's people that actually try to do that with the dead babies. It's not cool, All right. So yeah, that group has some doozies of questions, and people keep asking the same thing. It's like a place where you would go like, hey, before you buy an airbrush, ask here, right? So you don't spend your money on it. Nah, people still buy garbage. Hey, why is the garbage that I bought not work? Oh, we're going to have a fun morning. Well, one of the takeaways from that group is I was questioning if I should get a really precise airbrush to do the precision stuff. And everything that I've read, and I watched a video on basically the airbrush that I bought by a professional, and they can get the lines I need. There's no reason for me to do anything else. My only complaint about the airbrush, the only complaint, and maybe this is the same thing with every airbrush I would have bought, is the distance traveled between when the paint turns on, when you put just a little bit of paint, and it's way too much. I swear it's like a millimeter. It's too small a throw. Check Panzers. What are you people on, man? This isn't that kind of channel. I don't sell drugs, just alcohol and guns. Get away from me. Drugs suck. Yes, check Panzer, Jamie. Do a little bit of maintenance here. Okay. Jeez, man. These people need a hobby. X check Panzers. But anyways, I was watching this video of this the airbrush that I have, Nawada HPCS. And the reason I got that airbrush is I heard good things about it. It was in the price range that was expensive, but not too expensive. And they had it at a local store that has a return policy that if it didn't do what I wanted it to do, I could return it. Right? Because I don't mind spending the money, but I can't buy something that's a pain in the butt that punishes you every time. And then I came to the realization that, yeah, you can buy a cheap airbrush and it might work, but anytime there's a problem, you're gonna be spend so much time trying to fix it. Unless your time is free, you're gonna be paying for it in labor by saving yourself a few bucks. And by saving yourself a few bucks, I mean, I don't know, $80, maybe $100, maybe around here. You can buy a $50 airbrush, but the $150 airbrush won't give you any problems. But I'm still in my infancy of airbrushing, and like I said, it was just I only got into airbrushing as a substitute for rattle cans because I'm a brush painter. That I'm not a noob about. But I definitely prefer paints that I don't really have to thin, but out of the bottle because of the mess factor. Because I thin all my other paints, and it's natural for me to like I want the paint to apply in a certain way. So we'll see. I mean mix up this mixture this guy's talking about. I've got all the stuff for it, and just see if it makes a difference. Yeah, I didn't want to use the Vallejo primer because it's very slippery, and I'd rather it not get on any more parts that I've already painted than I need to. Okay. Might as well do the antenna. It's the same color. wow, I can see, I cut this with a cutter and I can see the crimp cut on this. I can see at the end is like crimped. Man, we're getting a lot of people that are getting deleted. You guys are trying to promote the wrong stuff on this channel. I don't have a problem with a lot of it. Just behave, folks, man. I don't know what the hell we got planned this weekend. Hopefully nothing. If you don't make any plans, then whatever happens works. I don't think we're due to get any rain. Yeah, the first to fight models, I think, are actually a little bit more expensive than they should be. I think I got a deal on the one that I have. That's why I picked it up. You know what? They may have had it at Noble Knight. That's what it was. So I was able to use the credit for that. So I went to this. I went to the hobby meeting um, last Tuesday, our monthly one, and it's one guy that I've known for a while. He's one of the original crew of the hobby meeting. He emails me the day before and says, "Hey, you coming?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Good, because I've got something for you." So I'm like, "I wonder what this is all about." And he gives me this box that's full of 1/2400 scale GHQ Micronauts. And I politely refused to take it because the first thing I sold, one of the first things I sold was my collection, which I had, I don't know, 500, 600. I don't want to get back into that. And I'm not going to take somebody's stuff and just listen, all I'm going to do is sell it. That's just not me. Give it to somebody that can use it. And there's nothing wrong with that stuff. I don't want to get back into it, you know? It's like if somebody gave me like a bunch of 15 millimeter lead for DBA, I'm like, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it. I've got kilos and kilos and kilos of it. I don't know how many kilos I have, but the box is, you could throw your back out picking it up. It's a small box and it's hard to pick up, so, you know. Good morning, Ben. They're about 10-pound UK. Not all come with a magazine. I've never seen a magazine. And the magazine wouldn't be any good because it's in Polish. I don't speak Polish. It is in Polish, right? So I'm not going to take somebody's stuff when it's not something I'm into. I just create more problems for myself. So he's like, well, you could just sell it on eBay. I'm like, no, I don't. That's cutting into this time I'm doing it, you know? Welcome, Francois. Great illustrations and painting guides. Wow. I thought it was just like, I don't know, or whatever Polish sounds like. You know, I wouldn't mind Polish 1939 vehicles, but I am not painting German vehicles with just a white cross on it. It looks wrong on so many levels. So, anyways, so we've got this. What's this guy's name? The author, James. I want to keep calling him Tolland, but that's somebody else. This author is going to speak at this thing. So I watched a couple of videos of him on YouTube at lunchtime. Meaning to ask, okay, let me get back to this. We'll do that next. And I was watching this video, and he was mentioning this movie I had never heard about. It's another Dunkirk movie called Atonement. Is it any good? Because I saw the Dunkirk movie. I saw it with my daughter in the movie theater, and neither one of us really liked it. Not enough to like we want to see it again. There were just things that just seemed that were annoying. I didn't like Dunkirk at all, actually. Okay. I was meaning to ask, since you've played a lot of it, but kept missing the streams. Okay. Is Seekrieg any good for a complete noob to naval wargaming, or is it more of aficionados? Oh, we got a Seekrieg question. So Seekrieg used to be, before DBA, was the game that I played more than anything else. Number 2 was actually Advanced Squad Leader. And by, a lot, like 50 games of it. Like I played Seekrieg, I probably played, I don't know, 100 games, maybe more than 100 games. James Holland. It was boring as fuck, okay? Atonement only has a short Dunkirk sequence. Well done, though. Okay. Well, he didn't know what he was talking about because he was ended up. There's a video of him where he's doing like reviewing war movies, right? And I've never seen him in a video. I've started to read 2 of his books, and not because the books were boring. I just got pulled in a different direction. But he seems pretty animated, which is a good quality. Like he's super interested in what he's talking about, right? Unlike the other 2 people that have one guy in particular that has a YouTube channel that I can't watch it because he's just not into it. Anyways, his demeanor doesn't, you guys may love him. I don't really care for him. He's probably a wonderful person. But I just can't get into his videos because even though they have good material, he just bores me. But James seems to be pretty animated. But they had him doing a review where Atonement came up on one of the things, and I'm like, I never even heard of this movie. And then he did Band of Brothers, and he rated Band of Brothers like 7.5 out of 10. But because he got focused on this one scene about where the British tank commander won't damage a building because they can't see something, and he was just like, that's just complete bullshit. I'm watching it and I go, yeah, it's complete bullshit. I mean, and but he goes on and on and on about it and gives it a 7.5, and then he ends up watching Hacksaw Ridge. He claims he never saw the movie Hacksaw Ridge, and I don't know whether he watched it right then and there or just watched certain clips and gave it a higher rating than Band of Brothers. And I stopped watching Hacksaw Ridge. It didn't interest me at all, But movie things are really subjective. But my only complaint about Band of Brothers is it's about I just wish it wasn't about paratroopers, because that's a very limited venue, and not one that particularly, and again, no disrespect to the veterans, it's just a venue that I think is overdone, and it's it's not the best venue. I wouldn't have chosen that, you know. Okay, Sea Krieg. So there's many versions of Sea Krieg. The first one I found out, and I think you might have a hard time finding something before Sea Krieg 4. And Sea Krieg 4 is the one I played forever. And it's the only one that they actually made like improvements to. Like during the game, they actually made the game, and then they came out with extra data for like the other ships that give you a lot of detail to them. There's a Sea Krieg 5 that came out around 2005. I haven't played it. It's just more of the same. If you want to do surface to surface, I think Sea Krieg's pretty good. I don't think it's too crunchy, but it has this. I can't speak too much about Sea Krieg 5. I only played it a couple times, none of which I ran. Sea Krieg 4, every game I played, I ran basically. So I'm really familiar with it. The problem with Sea Krieg 4, if it has a problem, is it has a couple of things that would probably be considered dated by today's standards. One of the things that it has a damage model. Is your damage points is your tonnage times 0.033 or something like that. So it's completely linear how much damage. It's completely linear how much damage you can take. So you know if you have one ship of 6,000 ton displacement, it's going to be able to has twice as many damage points as one of 3,000 displacement. And that 3,000 displacement ship has 3 times as many damage points as a 1,000 ton destroyer. And the damage that each shell does is directly in proportion to the size of the weapon. So a 16-inch shell does more damage than a 15, which does more damage than a 14, which does more damage than a 12, etc. So that's completely linear. Now, what doesn't make it linear is all the criticals. The criticals are really good. The game makes a lot of sense. It's not very abstract. It just has a dated, by today's standards, damage modeling. But it's very precise. Like what you hit is what you hit. And it claims that if you hit a hit locate, because basically what it is you figure out what your chance to hit, and you roll a die. It's percentile. The lower your roll, the more chances that you get multiple hits. Okay. Say you get 2 hits, so you roll for 2 hit locations, find out that one's on the turret, one's on the superstructure. Then you compare what you penetrate, which is not difficult. It's super easy to do. It's like really easy calculation. It's right there on your sheet. Compare it. Do you penetrate? Yes. Do you penetrate? If you penetrate the amount, the shell goes in, stays in, does its base damage, and then you have a percent chance for a critical. If it doesn't penetrate, you have a percent chance. You have a percent chance for a non-penetrating critical. You have a 20% chance for non-penetrating critical. If your penetration number is twice or more than the armor in that location, you have a chance for a pass-through. Okay, that's basically how it works. Okay, and as you take damage, your ship gets slower, and if you take 10% damage every turn, you're going to lose 10% of your guns, 10% of your speed, 10% of whatever, plus any additional slowdowns and criticals. It's basically the way the game works, in a nutshell. So, if you take something like a 15-inch gun, and I'm going off of memory here, it does like 24 points of damage. Okay, like so most base damage, and if it penetrates, it does 3 times. So you get a couple of hits on a destroyer that penetrate with a main gun, and the destroyer's sunk. The torpedoes are a pain in the ass to calculate. The formula is not bad. I had to memorize at one point, but basically what you do is, you measure the problem with torpedoes is that they're not on the board. So you fire them and you have to mark that there's not a whole lot of pre-plotting in the game. But I think it's a good game. I wouldn't play a naval game that had any less detail than that one. And Sea Creek 5 is even more detail. But Sea Creek 4, there's a way you could play with range estimation, which is what we used to do. So you had a gun with 3 different turrets, and you get to estimate, you get to pick 3 different ranges, and your options are, on the inch or half inch. So, if you wanted the tightest pattern you could get, and you thought something was like 2 feet away, you'd go like 23 and a half, 24, 24 and a half. And then you would measure from conning tower to conning tower. If it was one of those ranges, then one of the turrets hit. And some people would play, you get an automatic hit. But the problem with range estimating, there's certain ranges that physically are easier to tell apart than others. Like if you get under 8 inches, it's easier to tell. And if you're really far away, like 60, 50 inches away, it's relatively easy. You start getting into the teens and it gets a little bit difficult. And then that doesn't really correlate well with what the guns actually do. So I would never play range estimating again. That and it burns your brain. But I was a lot younger. I had more brain cells to burn. I had more brain cells I wasn't using for anything to burn. Let's put it that way. But I played it a fair amount. It's available for free now. James Hall and Al Murray are good in the We Have Ways of Making You Talk podcast, Walking the Ground YouTube channel. We Russia Japanese wars to surface only. I use an old set of modern naval rules by Ma Games influence from Harpoon rules. Yeah, I know it really well. I know it really, really well. And I went through all the data and made sure that, because I got all the Conway's books, made sure that all the data was right and there was some data that was off. There's a lot of things wrong with the core ship data book that covers, what is it, I think 1895 or 1890 all the way to like 1945. The basic one has a lot of errors in it. But there's a lot of things that I think it is a really good system that allows you to like add other detail if you wanted to. Like for instance, the hit locations that are deck belt, conning tower, turret, superstructure. Superstructure is not listed how much armor you have, but it's half of the armor of the lightest one. So if you have a 3-inch deck, if you have a 5-inch belt, if you have a 6-inch conning tower, and if you have a 3-inch turret, you probably have a French heavy cruiser. But regardless, those kind of numbers are an Italian one. Their superstructure would be half of your belt, would be 1.5 inches. If any of the zones had 0, which is considered 1 inch, like a destroyer automatically has 1 inch of armor. So if it doesn't penetrate an inch, it doesn't get in. Then your superstructure is also 1 inch. So if you're talking something like a county class cruiser, British county class cruisers that, the ones that, the 3 stackers that have 8-inch guns, they have most of them have just deck armor and belt armor. They don't have armor anywhere else. Now, the one thing that is cool, so it sounds kind of generic, right? Well, not all 8-inch guns are the same. Not all 8-inch guns have the same range. So within an 8-inch gun cruiser, there's a big difference between a Prinz Eugen or Hipper class, which is an M1 class gun, because each ship has a penetration value that derives certain inch range per range. So you'll have these range zones. It's like 0 to 4,000, 4,000 to 8,000, 8,000 to 12,000, to, you know, in yards or whatever. And an M1 8-inch might have these certain stats, whereas the British are M3, so they have, you know, less penetration kind of stuff. And you can fire different kinds of ammo. It doesn't limit you in the game, but I went and did research. I had this chart that I made where it's like, listen, you can do whatever you want. The 8-inch guns for the British, they only made semi-armor piercing. They made semi-armor piercing a high explosive. You can't fire AP. They may have common for them as well. I forget, but like the British 6-inch guns, they made common, and they made, you know, which is what nose fused HE is traditional HE, and base fused HE is common. So they penetrate a lot less. So I added all those things in there because I wanted it as realistic. But I think the Secret 5 includes all that stuff in there. It's more of the same. If you're doing strictly like, you know, Russo-Japanese, that kind of stuff, I'm sure it's fine. You just got to decide what scale you want to do, you know. I've always said if I got back into naval gaming, and it's unlikely that I will get back into painting it, it would be, you know, a Russo-Japanese war time period, but all nations. So you could play Victorian, basically a Victorian World War, where, you know, you could have French and Germans helping each other in one scenario, and then, you know, you could have all these different objectives and things. I think that's probably what would interest me. Just because the ranges are more reduced. And I've done so much of the other stuff. I've done so much World War II, like, you know, Hunt the Bismarck stuff. I don't need to do it anymore. But Secret 4 is free now. If you go to their website, I've played it a lot. That was my game. That was the game that I discovered around 1985, 1986, when I was like going to school reading about all those, you know, the Bismarck and the Scharnhorst and all those kind of things that really got me excited. And then, oh, I can game this, you know. Did you catch the episode where I went through all the old scenarios that I had from like the 1980s and still have them in my little box? You know, so yeah, I'm super into that. Pacific stuff, not really interested. If it involves carriers, I'm out. I mean, we could use a carrier if it's like one carrier, and there's a chance that it could get caught by a surface vessel. Like, you know, one carrier at like ranges it shouldn't be operating at. But these scenarios where like something's off the board, I'm like, no, I don't like off-board anything, whether it's off-board artillery or anything. I want it to be on the scene. This I can hit you, but you can't hit me thing is not something I'm really would be excited about. Yeah, I like the billions of scenario cards, an idea I've dabbled with before for other games. There's a set of rules that are available for free, but they're not complete. And I've talked about it before that look pretty interesting, but it would need a lot of work to be done to it. And I'm just not in the point where I'm really willing to do that sort of thing. And I've played it maybe a half dozen times, and it looks like it's got a lot of potential, but it goes about doing the damage in a really interesting way, and that's called Fire on the Water. It focuses more on, you know, the thing about Sea Creek is after you play it, you learn real stats about real ships. You're not like, well, this is an A-class gun, this is a B-class gun. Even though I mentioned M1, M2, M3, that's because all the M1s are the same, all the M2s are the same, all the M3s are the same. But, you know, 8-inch guns, there's 5 different penetration types for just 8-inch guns. And they're all different ranges. So like, for instance, you would have, you know, there's times when you would have the same gun in 2 different ships. And I don't know if this is the case, but if you take like Italian heavy cruisers, the Trento and Trieste and the Zaras all have the same gun, but it may be that the Zaras have a little bit more angle allowed, so they have a little bit more range than the Trento and Trieste that are a little earlier. So there's little variations in there. None of it is complicated. All of it makes sense. Just the damage modeling is a little dated. You know, if I was going to fix Siegfried 4, what I'd probably do is include some kind of visual, incorporate some of the things that Fire on the Water is doing really well, which is kind of visually see how things get knocked out. Because the damage on Fire on the Water is you have this side view of the ship, and it'll tell you which compartment you hit and whether it floods or there's a fire in it, and you could tell, okay, if it floods, you know, you could tell you can't get to the ammo because that's where the ammo is to the gun. So the gun's out of ammo. So you get a lot of like physicality. You get to literally see what's happening. And there's a game, I've never played it, but I've seen the ship data for it called something like, I think it's called, it's for, it's for that Russia-Japanese period game. It's called Perfidious Albion. And it has the side views of the ships, and it looks like the damage modeling is similar to that. So that might actually be kind of interesting. But I've never played it. And Siegfried started my love for percentile, playing percentile. Now, what's his name? Ralph Astley. That's actually how I found out about his channel. Has a 7 or 8 or 9 part battle of. It's a shame that he did the battle that he did, but because it's like a one-sided battle. But it's the Battle of Santiago in the Spanish-American War with Siegfried 5. And he goes through in detail about what happens, but he doesn't. I don't think he explains literally how the rules work. But Siegfried 5 is Siegfried 5 to Siegfried 4 is like advanced squad leader to squad leader. It's the same game. If you're really good at squad leader, if you played it a lot, and you go to advanced squad leader, it's not a problem. It's the same. It's the same freaking game. It's kind of the same type of thing. That one is from A&A. They recently shuttered operations. Yeah, I just saw that they have the little drawings, and you can see the side views of the ships. But download Secret 4, and if you got any questions, hit me up. Because I know, man, I know it well. I know it really well. And it's a game that I've played a lot, and it's not like DBA where you forget shit. Because it's none of the mental calisthenics that you use in DBA. It's straightforward. What do you do first? You know, do you see the ship? Okay, you play at a range where you can see them both. Okay, cool. All right, roll to hit. Did you hit? Yes. Roll for locations. Okay, did you roll for locations? Yes. Does it penetrate those locations? Yes. Okay, what damage does it do? Is there a critical chance? Yeah. What are the criticals? Okay, next. Do your damage because the firing is simultaneous. So, if this ship fires and this one, it's all at the same time. And you do your damage and do your move, you know. And we added little things to it, like we added initiative, like, roll for initiative and whoever one has to move before the other one. You don't have to pre-plot any of the movement. You just kind of wing it. So I mean it's none of that pre-plotting mess. What was that game that came out? It might even be a Frank Chadwick game, and I've talked about it a few times. And I remember when it was at the hobby store a long time ago. It had this, everybody would agree, was a horrible cover. The cover wasn't so bad. It was just this weird shape of the guy that's on the cover. It's this rule set called Trenchfoot, and it's a World War One skirmish game. And you run a squad, and you have to pre-plot everybody's move. Like, okay, Frank Jones is going to move from hex M1, and then he's going to go here, and he's going to go this, and you have to plot that for each one of your guys every turn. And then you'd play your turn, and everybody would move their stuff and say, I'm like, plane. Yeah, I don't know who would have the patience for that kind of a thing right now. Moving people individually is okay, but pre-plotting in advance in silent, no. That just doesn't interest me anymore. Well, I don't know if that would ever interest me, but if I was younger, I'd probably played it. I probably would have played it. Sea Creek 5 is like 3.5 for the entire rulebook in PDF. The problem with Sea Creek 5 is it doesn't have all the ship data, or at least it didn't used to. So like, it gave you like the sheets for like River Plate and certain battles. And if you wanted the other stuff, you had to like, okay, well, you have to buy the CD. Like, I don't have anything that even plays the CD anymore. A CD with the information of the ship data of the other ships. So they have one for all the German navies, and they have all the, and the problem is, they released the game and then it released the ship data at the same time. So if you wanted to play something obscure, oh, we don't have that data yet. So thanks for buying our rules, but you can't play that yet. I think they have everything now, but when it came out in 2005, they didn't. And the guys that designed that game run it at our shows all the time. And I don't play it because you can't finish a battle. You finish maybe a quarter of the battle in a 4-hour session because you're explaining the rules to people that have never played. And there's nothing wrong with the rules. That would be my go-to rules. But I don't want to play an unfinished game, and I've told the guys, I've come up to say, hey, I'd play in your rules, but I don't want to play an unfinished game. And I don't have a problem playing a game for 10 fucking hours, right? As long as I'm interested. But you've picked up The Broadside of Sao by David Manley for Russia-Japanese War. Oh, and I may have been naughty and picked up Gates of Hell Ostfront for $3 in the Steam sale. Well, that's it. So I missed the Steam sale. That's fine, because I need to be working on this. But yesterday or the day before, I'm like, oh, let me check out Steel Division 2. Because I was thinking of those Su-85s. I think that was on super sale too. But I don't think if the Steel Division games, and I haven't played any of them, or anything like one demo that I played, I don't think it's the kind of game I would like, because you're constantly being rushed and interrupted and going over here and shore this up, and you just kind of like, you have to go from one place to another. So you tell these guys to go to this area, but you're not really precise. So, they kind of go in that area and they get themselves murdered because they went over the berm of the hill, that kind of shit, I think that's one of those that I looked like, man, I can get all the Steel Division games for, I don't know, $30 or something like that, or maybe even less than that. That's not naughty. Gates of Hell is definitely worth. I need to learn how to play it again, because that game has a lot of potential. But if I'm doing that, I'm not doing this. I fucked up and didn't do all the antennas. How stupid of me. Naughty. You wasted £3 on that. You can't buy anything for £3. A Cadbury bar for the price of a Cadbury bar. The game, I can never remember what the name of it is. Gates of Hell Ostfront. I got the American download, and I haven't played it once. So there's some things you buy and you get a hell of a lot of use out of it, and there's some things that, you make a fuck up and you never use them again. And hopefully there aren't too many things in that category. But we all make inefficient mistakes. Some people make them all the time. I don't make them all the time, but I got that whole series of all the close combats, And there's some I basically haven't even played. I haven't played Road to Con. Everybody hated the new one. I didn't think it was that bad, other than it just limited. It was limited in the scope, that it was all Big Red 1. Yeah, I don't mind the time period of Russia-Japanese War. I just hard to get excited about the Japanese. I just find it hard to get excited about the Japanese. That's all. Hey, sorry, I think like a Westerner. You know, you could do stuff like Russians versus British, you know, after they fired on their fishing fleet. Like, by Jove, we're going to war. Yeah, I have a hard time getting excited about the Japanese and stuff, something like that. I only like Japanese for their cars. Oh man, where are we going to start? Well, we got to start on the wheels, man, because the wheels have multiple steps to them. So let's get Panzer out here. Well, you can always play the Russians fighting each over the Baltic fleet makes their disastrous trek around the world. That's right. They make all kinds of mistakes and end up all kinds of people end up picking on them. But the Baltic fleet was kind of uniform. Like I think all the dreadnoughts were all Suvorovs, I think. There's like one kind of Suvorov. The Russians actually have some pretty interesting looking ships. Um, and no, I'm not just saying the little circular one. Although the circular one I think predates that time period, the Sea Creek time period a little bit. If you look at the paint guides of the ships of that time period, they will constantly tell you that they're all painted the same. This message held for review. Well, I gotta see what that is now. No matter how badly you fuck up at work, you can never fuck up as badly as they did. Yep. That is a show. Okay. Whoa. Hello. The but if you look at the paint guides, they're like almost every single Navy's paint guides is like um, either overall really, really light gray, almost white, with buff upperworks. Almost all of them. Or black hull, uh, uh, the superstructure stuff is white and buff upperworks. Almost all of them are painted that way, whether they're British, whether they're French, and you know, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I would, you know, I'd have to vary them a little bit. Nothing crazy, but you know, so you could tell, okay, these are the Germans, these are whatever. And even within a certain conflict, there'd be, you know, ones that are painted a certain way. Like there's Japanese ones that are painted a certain way, but at this time, you know, the Russians that way. Some of them are painted. Um, the ones that were over at Port Arthur, and they're these ugly, ugly, ugly looking French designed ships. Not because they're designed by the French, they just happen to be ugly. Um, I don't remember what class they are. They have like a ram bow, and I want to say I don't remember what class they are, but they're really, really ugly. Those guys are like all like white, with ochre funnels. Ochre, that's what it is. Ochre this, ochre that, ochre everywhere. And that's fine for one of the nations, but they can't all look the same, or you're not going to be able to tell them apart on the tabletop. It's the ochre that I don't like. I don't like that ochre color at all, especially when it's like all white with just ochre. It looks wrong. You love the look of the French pre-war dreadnoughts with other turtlebacks, hulls, and huge portholes. I do too. It's because I said a bad word. I say that bad word all the time. It's a great word. You just got to use some other words too. You can't be, I know a couple people at work, that's all they do. Like, they wouldn't be able to do a complete sentence if they didn't use the F word. Like, come on, man. You can't start slinging the C word around every time you use it. Like, it loses its power. What is it? Is it the Pobita class? I think it's what it is. Yeah, I like those Jaguar-Berry and all those. So yeah, I'd use those in a game, against things that didn't happen. Everybody was at each other's throat anyways. Mr. Wonderful, gonna fall asleep to your beautiful voice. Okay, whatever works for you. Man, if only Mitch's feet were here to compliment that. Lies. C word never loses its power. It used to be the nuclear option, and then you Brits use it all the time on every single show. I'm like, man, you guys need to use other words, ASMR artist. I don't know about that. It's weird though that I've heard my own voice. I've heard what my voice sounds to other people a lot now, so I'm used to it. But when you first hear your own voice, I'm like, really? That's what I sound like? Because you only hear your own voice from inside your own head, so it's completely different. But what are we doing after this? We have to let's do. I'm not going to do a brown wash on that wheel. I am going to let's get the. And you think like, man, it would have been better if I just put this stuff on here before I painted it, but I'm actually okay doing it the way I'm doing it. It's not that annoying. It allows me not to cogitate and be like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do about these pieces. Like, dude, just paint the thing, Just paint it. Where is I gotta put my glasses on to find it. I'm glad I have a voice that is not region specific. Okay, it is specific to North America. Okay, but it's not like, oh, you're obviously from such and such a place. Like, I knew a guy who was a fucking asshole at work, and he had his accent from New York, and he hadn't lived in New York in 30 fucking years, but he couldn't lose that accent. I'm glad I don't have a New York accent. I'm tired of listening to people that that are like people like Pacino. Like, I don't want to see Pacino or De Niro and anything else again. I'm tired of like people in America don't speak like that, or like no one around here speaks like that. And Marcus, who's on here all the time, he gave me a call one time and says, "Yeah, I sound like I'm real backwoods," and I'm like, "No, you don't. That's like a normal accent." So, but my voice does morph. So if I spent too much time somewhere, I'm going to sound like the people from there, which can be a bad thing depending on what we're talking about. Blame the Aussies for that, not us. For what? Having a bad voice. I don't know how I got on this other tangent. Ooh, we need to go. Let me try this. I may need to go up a step. I need to go up a step on this before I do that. There was this one, I don't know where it was, but it was on this site where people would comment what they found as an attractive voice for females. And I was surprised by how many people claimed they were from the UK and said they liked a Southern accent. And I'm like, okay, there's people that I hear here, and then there's like dueling banjo Southern accent, and I don't like that. This sounds uneducated. It sounds dumb, and I don't like dumb women. I don't. I don't. I think it's super hot if they're smart. I don't need to be like a freaking nerd burglar, but I'm just saying, it's attractive. I dare you to know more about Panzer tanks than me. Panzer tanks? You mean tanks? Yes. The C word. Oh, they like using the C word? The Australians. Well, you sent a bunch of criminals over there. How do you think they were going to How do you think they were going to talk? There we go. We need to bring this up a little bit before we dry brush it. As a general rule, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. I don't want to be bad mouthing people. What about me? You don't like my voice? I'm not gonna go there. Nope. Nope. Zip it. Zip it. Ah, that's why. What come mierda. Okay, let's get the sand out. That's what it is. Dark sand. I gotta mix it in. No, I'm not gonna go there. And I wouldn't have been talking about any of you. Nope, I might just find myself there. It's too big a step. Too big a step for mankind. Well, it's hard to believe that this is going to change. Well, it doesn't have a dark wash on it. I should know better than to do that. I'm going to go back on saying what I wasn't going to do. I am going to give this a little brown wash on it. It should look like the other ones. I don't want to look newer, like it's never been used. That's going to like be an eyesore. The eyesore from Mysore. Actually, that might be one of those cities that isn't called that anymore. Or that the natives don't call it that anymore. Just so you know, all these problems happened because the UK gave Hong Kong back. I'm just saying, I just noticed all these things happened. We have a jerry can. Where is the color I like to use for that? Is it down here? Yes. But ASMR isn't people speaking. It's people making like saliva sounds, right? I'm not a whisperer. What I say is loud and proud. Like, and what's that supposed to do? Help you fall asleep or, get you excited? I don't want to make anybody excited, unless it's about World War II shit, or about history or something like that. Then absolutely. The other stuff, no. No, not that kind of show. All right, it's time to hit my Coke habit. It's a similar size niche as the Brazilian cake. What? You're going to make me look up things that are embarrassing on my browser history. Brazilian cake farts. All right, I got to look that up. I got to look that up later. You're an enabler, but I'm not looking it up on my computer because I'm always worried about, getting a redirect virus. Be right back. Maintain my sanity. Nope. I'm immune to stuff. I've gotten to the point where it's like, I can handle anything. Okay. Is it from Brazil? I can't stand listening to that language. Oh, did I say that out loud? It's just annoying because I understand it, but I can't. It's like that's Spanish that I can't understand, you know? It's like Spanish Pig Latin. I can't make it out. All right. Donde está the dark tone? Let's put my glasses on so I can find myself. Oh, there I am. Not dark tone, the other one. You're going to buy stock in Coke just because of me. Coke Zero, my friend. Coke Zero. Which is, I used to drink Diet Pepsi. Diet Pepsi was my drink. And then they changed the sweetener in it. It tastes like shit. Yeah, but now I think about it, maybe they invented Brazilian butt lifts to improve the videos. Masters of... Wait a second. Isn't Brazil where that other video came from, supposedly? Whether or not it's a fake video or not. And that's all I'm going to say. Yes. I always liked my DVA version of that, though. You know, what's those nomadic, what's those nomadic Berber guys called? That army? Two dudes, one hump. Dudes on a date. Yeah, I'll be glad I did this after it's dry. Well, we'll just work. We'll work on some other accoutrement while we're waiting for this to dry. It's like we don't have things to work on. Pre-Islamic Arab. Is that what they're called? Pre-Islamic Arabs? Man, how quickly you forget. How quickly I forget. Dudes on a date. Not there's anything wrong with that. That's what you want to do, you know? Just make sure you ask the camel if he wants to watch. I work with a Brazilian. He used to be a QC manager. Blemye had 2 on a camel. Yeah. Blemya. That sounds like something from the Isles, man. That sounds like something from the old Isle. Ah, I'd want to go on a camel ride with my buddy. And who could blame you? All right, let's make sure we don't use the same colors in the same places. So we've got this wrap that we need to do here. And let's have it a little bit green. All right, and we're going to have to let's put a splooge of this. Unit of measurement, a splooge. Wow, I got a lot of holes in here. That means I got a lot of shit up here. Let's grab a color that's greenish, but not too. We'll use a US olive drab because we're going to tinker with it. Yeah, that's not very green at all. There's a joke somewhere about it. The Blenya were not having heads, but I'm not making it. Yeah, I get those. Which are the two that I get? There's several of them that I get mixed up. It's the Meroitic Cushites, right? The Cushites, as opposed to the Meroitic Cushites. The Blenya, the nobodies. Remember, there's that nobodies list. Hey, I was going to actually look at my DBA. I was going to look at my DBA book, and then I couldn't find it. When I was playing that game with that damn Henry I can't swing a sword to save my life. Well, mine happens to be can't poke somebody with a military pick to save his life. But when I was playing that game, I'm like, what's the list for the Cubans? They're all light horse, right? They might have like a knight general and all light horse. Maybe a couple of skirmishers. I don't have to say the PSO word anymore. Ah, freedom. Freedom. Henry of Skalitz. Henry, I can't swing a damn... Henry, I suck at fighting. That's what mine's called. Henry, I can't afford a horse. I'm like, I got a lot of money. Let me go buy a horse. Like, oh, they got a really good horse here. Let me get that. What? It's what? No. Let me get the cheapest one. It's what? It's 3 times the amount of gold that I've ever seen. Like, nope. So I just stole one. The problem with stealing a horse is if you bring a stolen horse into another town and dismount from the horse and go, sell your beets or whatever it is you happen to have on it. By the way, I found out cabbage is really good for nutrition. Like you take, a couple heads of cabbage with you and you can subsist for a while. But anyhow, go to the store, talk to the guy, whatever it is, get back on your horse, which by the way, your horse doesn't, I figured it'd get ganked. Nope. And get lifted, Nope. It's still right there, right where you left it. As soon as you get back on your horse that nobody saw you steal in this town, everybody knows you stole the horse, and all of a sudden, like the whole town's after you. What a pain in the ass. Rose 40, freedom. Yep. What a terrible movie. The plot's fine. They just, history's so cool, you don't need to invent things. Just, hey, I want this story to be about this, so pick something through history that's that story. Instead of like, let's, we need this kind of a story, instead of turning things around, reinventing things. Black Vikings. And there were Black Vikings, and they still are. They play in Minnesota. I've said before, I'm absolutely in favor of doing historical stuff with people from Africa. But let's be accurate, Don't just invent shit. Damn. Pollen? And I wasn't allergic to pollen. Cumans can have 10 light horse and a cav or a knight general with some solid horde on the side. Okay, yeah, so they're basically like Scythians. It's like a Scythian list. I couldn't find it. What are they, book 3? I couldn't find them the other day. I was looking somewhere that wasn't in the rules, so they didn't have that book available to me. And it just gets to a point where, there's one thing that makes that game shitty. You know what it is? It's the fact that you can't save whenever you want. That I hate that part. That, and I've come to, I've found so many things on the map, right? Because every time I got a chance to buy a treasure map, I bought one. So I got like 10. I found 3 treasures, right? The best one I found was the one that's over in the northeast, under this tree, and bury it, and I got this brigandine type armor, and I got real armor. I got a military pick. But and I'm really good at finding things on a map because I'm a map guy, right? So I could so there's so many of these that I found that's there's this entrance to a cave and it's blocked in and I can't go inside. This is what's showing me on the map, but I can't get in there. So I don't know if it's something that it comes later in the game or something like that, but 4 of the treasures at least I have come up and I'm this is obviously the place. There's nothing else around here, and there's an entrance to this mine, and it's you can only go in 3 feet, But the list for that game would be the later Hungarian and 4 medieval German lists, which I have both of those armies. I really like both of those army lists. I don't have B. I don't have 3B. I have 3. I have 3C. I'm sorry. I don't have 13 B. I have 13C and 13D. I like the later Hungarian list. Just couldn't seem to win games with them. I mean, they're like, I don't know, 7-5 or something like that. I mean, it's not terrible. I think they have a positive record, but it's not by much. And the weak point of that army is make sure those 3 light horse don't get killed. That's the only weak point of the Hungarian list, the later Hungarian list. Make sure those 3 light horse don't, And I don't think I've lost a single game, or I lost a single game because of those guys. It was just everybody else underperforming. Too much Hungarian schnapps, Hussites. Yeah, I don't like that list. Well, all I have to do is just give them communion. Like, here, take the freaking wafer. I forget what the history of it was. Just eat the wafer, move on, stop protesting so much. But I'll go ahead and say that there's very few games that I find harder to play than DBA. Oh, it's a simple game for 8-year-olds. No, no, just because the way it's not logically written. Krieg is so much easier, so much easier. It makes sense. It also helped that I probably played it, I don't know, a half dozen times before I ran it. I used to work in the hobby store that had the rights to produce it. So that's actually after I was already playing it. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the game. And the only thing that's not super solid is that the damage model it uses is a little dated by today's standards. Things have gone in a different direction. And even the new Sea Creek doesn't use the same damage model. It uses a similar damage model, but it uses some arbitrary kind of damaging things. Like, for instance, if you've got 8 guns, when you've taken an eighth of your damage, you're going to lose a gun. You're going to lose a gun for every eighth, right? So when you cross that threshold, you lose a gun. You don't roll and lose a gun; it's lost, and you have to like roll like to where it gets lost from. So like maybe you took all the damage in one area, but you lose the gun from somewhere else. To be fair, it doesn't say where you took the damage from. All right, but if you're getting hit from the starboard side and you lose a gun on the port side, doesn't really make sense. But I don't think it's that complicated. It's certainly not that complicated. I played it for many, many years. And I don't think there's anything that comes close to it in detail other than Sea Creek 5. So just come on over. We'll play some. Deal with full thrust, the spaceship battles rule set. Yeah, it's just it's a bit dated for the way things are now with damage modeling. Seems like. We played one game of Sea Creek 4 on the floor, because some ships can fire, 80 inches away. And that's in game scale. You're still talking a half inch equals 500 yards. With 1/2400 scale ships, we play on the ground and move. One time we played for 26 hours straight. Well, we took breaks and stuff like that, but we were actively playing the game for that amount of time. On the floor, on a carpeted floor. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. I'm not playing on a carpeted floor. I can. It's not like I can't get on the floor. Yes, I can get on the floor, and I can get up from the floor, and I'll be uncomfortable for a while. It just isn't worth it, you know? Have you played the Killer Fish game, computer game, or it's actually on mobile also, called, actually, I don't think you can download it on mobile anymore. Atlantic Fleet. That's a really good looking game as far as I'm concerned. And it has range estimating to a degree. That's a fun game. I mean, it's got problems, but I think you could do stuff like River Plate pretty well. You could do Bismarck versus Hood pretty well. The Battle of North Cape is really challenging as the Germans. It's winnable, but it's really challenging. No, your battleship gaming experience is that Cruel Seas game I played a fortnight ago. That's it. What's up, rookie? Yeah, I don't think I'd like that game. I have a feeling that game would remind me a lot of. There's this game for the original Xbox, and I don't remember what it's called, but you're playing like these speedboats with torpedoes and shit like that in this make-believe land that's somewhere in the Orient. You mean in Asia? I said no, the Orient. I don't remember what it was called. And it looked pretty good for the time, but you're like in these heavy fucking seas in between rocks and shit like that. And I have a feeling that's what it would remind me of. The original Xbox. Crimson Skies. Crimson Skies was a cool game. It was like a flight simulator in this alternative 1930s universe. You had these different planes. You had like this Messerschmitt. You had this one nation of like the Navajo or something like that, like this separatist, like Native American Indians, and they had this Messerschmitt-like plane, and all the planes that had something that was, like weird on them, something that wasn't like, this would be great, except that it doesn't do this. Need to make some breakfast. You got to do that first, man. That's the first thing I do. You don't see me on an empty stomach. So a jerry can, the one thing that the Germans made that was more efficient than something the Allies made. I'm sure there's other things, but I think the modern design is still definitely influenced by this original one. What I don't understand is why the British didn't call the jerry cans are called jerry cans because they called the Germans jerrys. Why didn't they call the Germans Jermies? It'd be Jermy can. They're full of Jermies. Of all the words in the English language, that's the one I have the most trouble with. I'm not one that calls things cavalry when I'm referring to horses. No. I call someone whose name is Jeremy as if they're full of germs. Jeremy. Hey, it's Jeremy. Jeremy and the maggots. That I had a hell of a time with sunny skin tone. The flesh color that I use for my troops. Sunny skin tone. I got to say that slowly or it'll turn into something else. Somebody will call and their name's what? Oh, that one of those guys. Crap. I can't pronounce his freaking name. Jeremy. You'll be back. You are back. Jeffrey, what is the worst book you have listened to on Audible? I should say started to listen to on Audible. Because worst ones, there's got to be one you didn't finish. If you've read a lot of books on there, there's got to be something that's like, this is just horrendous. This is not worth my time. See, by the time you're doing all this detailing stuff here, those wheels that we put the wash on have dried. Haha, now we can go back to them. So we're going to go over this ever so lightly. Whatever happened to that guy? I don't enjoy your work days, sucker. And then we'll do a little bit of the Iraqi sand wherever she's at. That's it? Yeah. All right. Hopping around on this stuff. So, if that's green, what are the colors of these ones in the back? We've got a greenish one. We've got a taupish one. Let's get a new color in these things. Olive brown. I used this for something, didn't I? I lightened it up quite a bit, though. Let's use this. Let's use olive brown. You Americans are lucky. I don't know. That's relative. Depends on where you are. Not if you live in New York City. People always want what they don't want, what they don't have. It's just kind of, human nature. I went to Europe. I thought freaking Europe was awesome. History in this country sucks. This country's shit for history. Oh, there's good history here. Okay, there might be. I'm not interested in any of it. That's not the strong suit here. I'm always floored by people that are like, they live in Europe and they're war gamers and they're like, oh, I'm really interested in the American Civil War. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? What the hell's wrong with you? You just finished coding our own website. You never have drought. Yeah. Yeah, we never have drought here. There's places in the United States that have drought, but they're really arid places. Yeah, we don't have, things got to be really bad for there to be a drought. The closest thing we've ever had to a drought here is like, you can only like water your lawn on 2 days a week, but I don't water my lawn at all. So, who cares? But it's some ASMR for you guys. I hope people aren't into that because I don't like speaking like that. Enunciate. There's really only drought in places where people shouldn't be living or there's too many people that are living there. Like, man, there's a drought here. Well, where do you live? In a desert. Well, no shit. You're not supposed to be there, man. No water, no electricity. We only get electricity from 5 hours. That's it. Where do you live, man? And how do you get out of there? I don't even care if I don't have air conditioning. If I don't have electricity, as long as I have air conditioning, I wouldn't want to be hot all day long just sitting around. Zambia. There's no way you're from Zambia. How would you get this channel in Zambia? Well, good for you. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live in Zambia. Zambia only has what? Somebody's oppressing you, man. Zambia. What's Zambia? What's the capital of Zambia? Is it Lusaka? Yes, I'm not a stupid American. I'm not stupid about that. I used to know all my capitals, and then I got into history, and then I forgot them. Where's my map? I live on Google Earth. It is Lusaka, isn't it? My dad gave me this globe when I was like 7 or 8 years old, and I knew that thing backwards and forwards. I can't ever get Zaire Congo straight. They keep changing its name every 2 years. Zambia used to be part of Rhodesia, wasn't it? I think it was. Come on. Move over. Zambia. Yep. Let's see if I got that right. I get a gold star on my forehead. There's a Lusaka in Zambia. Yeah. Well, awesome. I'm glad you could get this out there. That's excellent. All right, now the next thing is I don't remember what the Zambia flag looks like. I used to know all my flags too. Then I got into history. You have a finite amount of memory. Zambia flag. Orange, that's unique. An orange African fish eagle. Well, that's an osprey. African osprey. But I can't lie, American history is more interesting. Really? I think it's terrible. I think it's boring as shit. And most people wouldn't know where Zambia is. Even while looking at a map. People's map skills are terrible. I saw this video the other day, and it was like making fun of Americans. You know, you can make fun of Americans. I don't take it personal. I'm not a typical American. But there's stupid people everywhere. It's like, why? And somebody's like, why are Americans? They're interviewing two girls on a beach. You know, of course, because they were attractive. That's why they were interviewing. And somebody's comment was, why are Americans so stupid? I said, no. Why are ladies so terrible at maps? They're terrible. Now, there's dudes that are bad at maps too, but I'm like, maps, I mean, I like maps more than history. Maps are awesome. So, wish I was American. Well, you can't, you know, the thing about American is anybody could be American. You know, there's like nobody from here. So just come on over and, you know. And hell, you already speak English. So that's like a leg up on everybody else. You guys drive on the wrong side of the road, though. We need to straighten that out of you. Hey, you watch my show for any length of time. That's the only problem I have with foreigners is like that whole driving on the wrong side of the word, that of the road, that is just wrong. That's just incompatible with civilization. You can blame the British for that. They went and slung that around everywhere. So you have your sword free. Well, do I get a sword? No. Well, then what's the point? If I get to carry a sword or a saber or a bat, a baseball bat in my car, that'd be all right. Even the French get it. Come on, man. Oh, man. I had a neighbor that was from that they moved in the neighborhood. It was a neighborhood I've been in a long time, and they moved in. Really nice family. I had kids the same age my daughter was, and they were from Nigeria. Actually, he was from Nigeria. She was half Nigerian, half Hungarian, I think. Anyhow, they came over, and when I first met him, he told me where he was from. Literally, the very first thing that came out of my mouth was, "You're not an oil minister, are you?" And he didn't get it. It went over his head because and this was a while ago, back when you were getting all those scam emails of, I'm a Nigerian oil minister and I'm got all this money. You can send me your personal information. I'll deposit some money into your bank account. I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, sure. The Nigerian oil minister. Yeah, I don't know if they're still doing those. I'm sure it's some kind of scam. It's probably not. I'm. I bet it's probably people not from Nigeria. It's people posing as people from Nigeria. So if I did something that was not this World War II stuff, if I had to, what do you call it, branch out at this point, if I had to branch out, I'd probably say I'd work on my dinosaurs and probably on my imagination stuff. The African Imagination Project. There's just a lot to do with that, with building buildings and stuff. It'd be cool though, but that's a game that you don't really learn anything by playing it because the rules are kind of light. Like I wouldn't use oh that's not water. I would not use the Face of Modern Battle for it. It's more of a lighthearted game. That's how Nigerians speak. If it's African imagination, we are blank. Oh, I don't know where you're going. I got some African troops, but it's, make believe stuff. But, even within the make believe thing, I created this nation that was, I actually started with a flag, what flag I want to use. And the closest one I got was Ghana. So I think I modified the Ghana flag. I think I used the Ghana tricolor and it has a red star in the middle or a black star. I forget which one it is. But I went and I looked up, thanks to the internet, last names of people in that, oh man, Snapdragon. Last names of people in that area. Because, I don't want to just make believe people, because all my figures have names. They have to for identifiers. So, I didn't just randomly pick names. Not when you have this resource called the internet. So I may get back to it sometime, but I haven't messed with it in over 10 years. So, and now the figures that I made, isn't RH out of production? The guy does all the modern stuff. I don't know if he's still in business anymore. And I can't even think of what his name of his company is anymore. Liberation Miniatures. Isn't Liberation Miniatures out of business now? I think they might be. And those figures are kind of unique, almost in a Britannia type of way, but except I like them. I like the way Liberation Miniatures look. They had the Britannia problem where everybody had the same face. All right. We have a situation. It's not one I can't deal with, but it is a situation. And I did such a good job of cutting the groove in these where they go that now I can't access them with that other paintbrush. So we'll go in with a lighter one here and paint these little straps that are supposedly holding this together. I have a little M8 armored car that is a Corgi that I have in the garage that's for that use, and I haven't been able to bring it next to the other one. I keep forgetting to bring it next to the other one to see how it sizes correctly. But those things were really cheap in the store, and now they're like, somebody was trying to peddle those things for, I swear, almost $20 a piece. I'm like, yeah, that's a bit much, just because they don't make them anymore. RH Models now sells a Liberation range. Okay, well, somebody, when I looked at it, it was still RH. Maybe I was just mistaken. Thank you for, well, that's not complete. Let me show you a completed one. Yeah, I don't know where my African troops are. They're somewhere safe because they're painted well. They're the first troops I did that the basing on them looks really good because I used kind of like this African clay color. That's what I was kind of going for. And I was really happy with how they turned out. But there's just a lot to build for that. But that whole thing is done tongue in cheek. I've got these, is it Sergeant Major's Miniatures that used to make these little child soldiers? So I have this like 9 or 10 child soldiers. And their names are all going to be after cereals. They're going to be the serial killers. So I have one named Fruit Loops, another one Cheerio, stuff like that. It's all, silly ass humor. And I got a school bus. I got a die-cast school bus. That's how they'll go into battle. But again, it's just something that ends up playing like tongue-in-cheek, the whole thing. It's not serious. All right, how are we looking color-wise? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that for now. I may get to the end of it and realize I don't really like the color this thing turned out. And we still have to do the drippings on this thing. Which one's this one? This is 331. This is the platoon leader. If it's me, I draw custom American soldiers and German soldiers of the Nazi regime, also a bit of British soldiers. Okay, now how are we doing over here with the wheels? Now, just like we used an item here that's folded up that's a little green, this one that's over here, we're not going to have it the same type of tone because it just looks like I'm lazy. You just look lazy. So we're going to use skeleton bone. Well, I appreciate you. I'm quite honored that you're using your 5 hours of electricity to watch me. Man, that's got to be frustrating. Just the air conditioning. I don't mind being hot, but man, just being hot and just sitting there. No, it's fantasy skeletons bone. And that's just what they call the paint. Which one of you guys was the one that was saying that? I think it's one of you guys that comes on here that was saying they were really interested in the. No, it was Jeffrey. You got the Chaco War figures. Like, man, nobody knows what that is. I had an inkling of what it was, but Grand Chaco War or whatever. One of those conflicts in South America was one of the first places they used them. Didn't they use tanks before World War II? They used like in 1936 or something like that. I want to say they did. I want to say that happened down there. Black market to get that? No. There's no black market. There may be a black market in the United States. I don't know where the hell it is. And I don't live in a very big place. That'd be like Chicago. There's no black market. No black market. I don't know where there'd be a black market. Just like I don't know what's that thing that the internet that's hidden, whatever it's called, the dark web. I don't know. I don't know how to get on there. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not very nefarious, sorry. You've listed them on eBay, a nice project, but one I won't get around to. Yeah, that's pretty obscure. Now, speaking of obscure, there's a company called. Oh, I shouldn't have said that because I'm not going to remember who it is. Yeah, I am. It's on the tip of my brain. In 15 mil, And it's the same people that used to have the Stone Mountain stuff. QRF? QRF, something like that. And they make some obscure stuff. They make some like Maximilian War stuff and 15 millimeter, and kind of hard to tell if they actually look worth a damn. They have a unique look. Now it's somebody else. QRF sells them, but they weren't originally QRF. Quick Reaction Force. Let's see. They make some South American stuff in that range. See, if I do a search for 15 millimeter QRF, it's going to come right up. Or it used to come right up. Quick Reaction Force Home. Shop. Free Core. Free Core, I think. Oh, these are the guys I was going to use for my pre-feudal Scots. Man, they would have looked great too. I would have annoyed the shit out of you with all the stupid voices I would have done, though. Are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, yeah. Some of these guys look like they have so much character. And I would consider these aren't really good figures, like quality-wise, but I bet I could make them shine. Man, their catalog is crap, though, like how it's organized. Explore our product pages. Please use the filters below to narrow down your Okay, where are the filters, dude? They redid their website. It's worse. Okay, free core, free 1900. Yeah, it used to be like listed by. Yeah, it's these Scott Spearmen that look. There's like 8 different guys and it's 4 different poses. I would have had a field day with that. The QRF side. You know, you look at these figures, and most people that don't know would be like, oh, they're not very good. And I'm sitting there thinking, these jokers have some character. These guys have some caricature. But that's what I was going to use for my pre-feudal Scots. You know, and some of them would have... Yeah, the thing is, as a stupid American, I call anything that you guys would call tartan is plaid. I know it's different. But I would do some tartan things on there. And they wouldn't necessarily be certain families, because they did use that pattern stuff. It just wasn't like, oh, you guys have to use this pattern, and this is exactly how it is. It'd just be... I got to stop looking at that, man. I see juices start fermenting. I look at these 11th, 12th century spearmen, and I'm like, and I gotta remember the game is hell, and it's gonna torture me. That's not how you play the game. Well, why don't you fucking play it then? Yeah, this website's a shit show. Their old website was okay. But anyways, these people make some Paraguayan or something like that, infantry or something like that, and 15 mil. Yeah. One of my acquaintances does a range of Chuckle Wars in 28 millimeter, and I've been inspired by Bob Quarterly's blog, as he did it in 15 millimeter using irregular miniatures. Man, Chaco's just a really, obscure thing. Yeah, that's cool. But you're just not getting around to doing them, huh? I remember seeing those Maximilian Adventure Wargames Foundry figures back when they were announced in the early 2000s on the miniatures page. And I went on the miniatures page the other day just to see if there were some announcements of something that happened, and there didn't seem to be any. But I haven't been on the miniatures page in probably a decade. You know, there's just so much noise there. There's so much noise made by people that are just rabble rousers or worse. Okay, we got that, and then we got these bed sheets that are folded much better than I fold bed sheets. I'm a terrible folder. I still fold things better than I shuffle cards, though. I am the world's worst at shuffling cards. I'm a better cook, and I don't cook. All right, I gotta go use the little boy's room. I'll be right back. Oh, bad habit. Let's just did a quick glance, and I don't see where my African troops are. I mean, I only have a couple squads. I'm gonna know they're somewhere safe because they're painted really well. I don't want anything to happen to them. Oh well, maybe they're in one of the DBA boxes. God help them. And regular also do Maximilian Wars and 6mm, which I have a future project. I already have 6mm ACW and can use the Confederates as intervention forces. I wonder if anybody has like done like American Civil War and like added like French or English to work their way into that. What would you use? I guess you'd probably use Crimean War English or something like that if you wanted to include them. There's a game on the iPad. I don't forget what it was called. It was one of the first games that I got when I'm not even sure how the hell we ended up with an iPad. We ended up with an iPad somehow that we didn't pay for. You walked out of the store. No, somebody gave it to us or something. I feel it was something like that. The original iPad. And there was this game. It was like this ship game, and it was set like right after the Civil War, and like the Confederates were the bad guys, and they were like trying to do a resurgence. It was almost like rebel Confederates or something like that. And God, what was that called? It was like a hokey, gamey type, thing, top-down ships, maneuver them around kind of thing. I can't remember if it was turn-based or it was like real-time. I have a feeling it was kind of real-time. I have a feeling it was like real-time, but maybe like slow. Like it wasn't like, super, super fast-paced. Some ironclad type game or whatever. All right, so this guy is relatively complete. We got some sheets that we need to put on there. What color is this? We're going to use this one for this tarp rolled up. I played so many games, I don't remember anymore. There was this one game for the original Xbox that was I still have the original Xbox, and I'm if you could deal with the damn graphics. It's like a World War I game that was, it was hokey to a degree. It was hokey to a degree. But it had a lot of planes that were in it. I'm sure it had aces in the title. Aces of the Sky. There's only so many variations of Knights of the Sky, Aces over the Trenches, So we're on track to start our Su-85 build tomorrow. Su-85 builds. I stopped painting last night when most of you Englishmen went to sleep. You British people went to sleep. Figured I'd watch some TV with a wife, and she's kind of under the weather. So she ended up fell asleep on the couch. So I'm like, so I fired up Drive on Moscow. What a great game that is. If only they had made more. If only they had made more. I really, 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 really like that game. And it's such a simple game, but man, it makes you think. And there's an element of push your luck in it, definitely, of, all right, I got a limited amount of time. What are we going to move? What are we going to attack with, and what are we going to move? And it looks really nice for such a simple game. And it's probably super cheap on Steam, because I got it for the computer too. I bought it for both. It's such a great game. That one and the Bulge one. I like them both. I probably like the Moscow one more. Although, I feel like the Bulge one's a little bit more balanced. Like, in other words, you're on the defensive as the Americans. you get a chance to like go on the offense quicker in that one than you do in the Drive on Moscow. But I like the colors of the Drive on Moscow better because all the Russians are red, like the counters are red. It's just more visually appealing. And they did make one called the Desert Fox, and it was available on iPad on whatever on the Apple. And I just bought it the next day after I got it. They asked me to do an update, and it was a 64-bit apocalypse, and I lost the game. So I basically bought like a $20 game, $24 game, and never got to play it. But I heard it was really buggy, but that's fine. I didn't get to play it. It wasn't like it was Operation Crusade or anything cool like that. It was just Alamein, so But those games are so I find them so elegant. It gives you a little bit of strategic stuff without being too strategic. And I totally would have gotten more of them. I really like them. As opposed to something like Hearts of Iron or, like I don't want to be like in charge of production shit. I don't want to play Albert Speer, like that doesn't interest me. Lots of people go gaga for that Hearts of Iron. I see comments all the time, but isn't that the same as like those free browser games you can play on computer that they want you to like buy shit or whatever? Like they always advertise them all the time. Like you could control any country and fight all your friends in the world. And like I played the one time. I was like Norway. You build these tanks, and then the next thing you know, you're hoping the guy next to you is basically dormant, so you can walk all over his damn country before he realizes what's going on. Like that was fun. I got handed Norway, and I'm like, all right, well, at least I got nobody on this side. And I ended up creating a bunch of tanks and stuff, and drove through Russia and was coming in through Poland. And then I lost interest, so I'm sure probably Norway got stomped in that game or something, because I was away from computer. AFK, away from computer, away from keyboard. Sorry. AFK. But it's rare to get like really excited about a computer game or a game in general and just like do that instead of this. Because they just never provide enough stimulation or creativity. They're not creative at all. You're just playing shit. What are you doing? I'm just playing shit. We're going to take, Let's add some more solid color to it and lighten the hell of it up. And that's what we're going to do, little straps on it. Little tie downs. So this article I saved, this guy, apparently you can use this mix that he did even with the primer, even with Vallejo primer. So I'm going to give it a shot because I am tired of Vallejo inside of my airbrush and have to spend an inordinate amount of time cleaning it out. So we're going to try that and report how it works. We need something to drink. Be different. How about just drink water this time? How about pour myself some water? That's really unlike me. All right. Let's take a look at some of the stuff that we have here. This one's basically complete. Yeah, we're not using any colors that are really, really loud and proud. So that's good. Let's do orange ochre. For this one. And even though we're using this color, we're not going to just slap this color on. I'd like 6mm scale a little bit more if there was variety in figures. And if basing wasn't so damn hard to do, to get that goop in between the legs. This has got disaster written all over it. And I don't have any paper towels here. They always get confiscated. There's definitely some good paint in here, but this is one of these original Vallejos that I got in the early 2000s. Oh, there's just like, If this was in your toilet, you'd have to go get a snake. Let's put it that way. We've got ourselves a clog here, boys. What you got is a crap clot. I need to write that down. This needs to be, if I ever get around to the store, this is a color that probably wouldn't hurt to replace. Cam Orange Ochre 824. It's a useful color, but not in that condition, it's not. Should have written it over here right next to the Brazil cake thing. There we go. Mixing it with black is just fine. It turns a little green, doesn't matter. That actually be okay to do like a Dunkelgelb base color. I mean, I can mix my own Dunkelgelb color, but it's a bit unnecessary. You know, I was reading about what books that Holland had authored. I was thinking he was the one that wrote the book about the tank destroyers. That again, I started and I didn't finish. Not because it wasn't any good. It was just, I believe that one's called the Panzer Killers. We got 3 M10s to do though, so this put little junk on the vehicle is definitely practice for them, because there's nothing that has more junk on a vehicle than an M10. M10 is just like loaded with crap. And it looks great too. Or it can look great. Now, I may lighten this up a little bit with this core color, and that's it. We're going to start adding white to it. And just because you use a bright color doesn't mean you have to go all the way with it. Jeffrey, you got people up there in Scotland you game with frequently? There's one guy from Scotland that I used to time. He's a pretty damn good modeler. I don't think he's anything on his channel in a long time. I haven't got any recommendations to watch any new stuff, but what he did actually looked pretty darn good. But I had to use subtitles to understand him. He was very, very difficult to understand. And the subtitles, what they put on the recommendation for what he was saying, were just so wrong. And I don't mean wrong by inappropriate. They were just incorrect. It was just hilarious. It was really pretty hilarious. All right, we got one more item there. I feel like it needs to be some kind of a greenish gray color. Well, in that case, let's grab green gray. It is a color. It is one of the colors. And that'll leave just one to do then. And then, of course, we need to do the rusty bits on all three of these. And then we'll be done. Now, I think I may have actually fucked up on something. And this little piece on the side may actually not be something it's supposed to be rusty. Yeah, a few regular points. I game with every Wednesday. You retired people in weird days. We're board gaming at the moment before our next 4 to 6 month block of figure gaming. Yeah, I've just encountered a lot of people that do figures they just don't paint their own stuff. Which is, it's fine, but you can't talk to those. You can't get excited about something you painted and talk to them because they're like, that's nice, Isn't that special? Hey, I got really excited about painting this thing. Yeah, that's nice. Just a little bit more. and then we've got these tarps up here. I've already got this color mixed up, so I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to be lazy. And I'm going to go ahead and paint this. Paint both of these in the same color, and I may alter one of them because it's like two things folded one on top of each other. You have another mate who I game with every few weeks. We used to do a lot of DBA 3.0, but now play a lot of Onus, and 1 hour war games. I also have a friend in Port Gordon. That's a cool name of a place. Where do you live? In Port Gordon. Who I game with a few times a year. Well, hopefully it's not the one you enjoy gaming with the most, the one that you get to see the least often, because that'd be kind of annoying. No. Be like if you got somebody in your club who's a pain in the ass, and he's always there, you know? Like, great. That's why I'm not really a fan of like playing in a public venue, because you got to like then play with whoever shows up, and there's just some people I just don't want to play games with. It's not very many. It's and they do it to themselves. It's like, you just don't like me because of this, that, and the other. I said, no, you do it because you're a cheater or a whiner or whatever. And I'm not talking about any of my DBA local people. I'm just saying, you go to a show and there's people that I just don't want to play a game with. That's why I'm not really excited about going to our April show or the September show. This is a guy that is always there. He's always there. And he's loudmouthed. He argues. He's a sore loser. And he's supposedly a professional. He thinks everybody's always trying to get him. And it's not who you think I'm talking about. Because that person actually takes pride on. I don't think that person's gaming anymore. Now that I'm thinking about it. That's what I've heard. But this guy's always at shows. He's such a pain in the ass. Used to go to the Aberdeen War Games Club. I found that unless you put on your own games, you had to keep up with the latest game and paint and model at the speed of the fastest. That's too stressful, man. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And you got people that are always chasing the latest rule set. So you never end up being good at anything. You're always like, yeah. Well, at least you have people that want a war game. But I'm kind of I'd rather play with one person at a time kind of person anyways. Same thing, going over to, I'd much rather just have a one-on-one with somebody than have like a huge group of people. I'm not one of those people who's like, hey, let's go out to dinner. How many is it? 8 couples. Great. You're not going to talk to anybody. I'm a one-on-one kind of person. Got used to that. And there's some people I just don't want to deal with anymore. I've dealt with them for years. I'm like, no, work's too much of a pain in the ass. You're retired. You shouldn't be such a pain in the ass. I expect people to be nicer when they're retired. Maybe I shouldn't, but that's just my expectation. Like, yeah, nobody telling you got to do something. Well, you shouldn't have anybody telling you got to do something. Unfortunately, it's almost the same color as that damn bone thing. Let's tinker with that. Well, now it looks different. I like them apples. All right, let's put the turrets on these guys. 334 goes on 334. 332 goes on 332. All right, now we got to do the drippings on these guys. All right, this is wet, so we can't flip that yet. I gotta make sure I got the things for that thinner. To make that thinner. Like 7 parts this, 3 parts this, 1 part that. I may be missing one of the ingredients. I may not. All right, let's get a brush of unusual size. one that's not too expensive. A Rustification Proclamation. We'll start here. Everybody's got that group of people you don't want to game with. Mitch was telling me that there was a guy that he had up north that nobody liked. I'm like, well, why'd you let that guy keep coming over? Like, we used to have this game in this game group that used to meet at the hobby store. There used to be two guys that always liked to argue with each other. It was like, those are the two guys. They were never on the same side. It would naturally gravitate towards being on different sides. And that was just their personality, I guess. They wanted to argue with them. But most people aren't that way. Most people aren't that way. Don't want to overdo it, but I don't want to underdo it either, because it does add a nice little mix of colors that wouldn't normally be there. I think the SU-85 actually has some photo etch on it. Nothing a huge not a huge substantial amount, but I believe it has some. It's got decals that are worthless on it. Which it's not likely that I would have used them anyways, but I'm gonna go make another coffee. Well, this is looking pretty decent. Look better in a little bit when we don't have all the shiny bits on it. You know, some of this paint just it adds things that shine that it shouldn't. And none of them have been sealed, so I'll be right back in a moment. That looks pretty good. Now these tarps are dried, they look pretty good too. All right. I like this part of it, doing this. The rusty drippings. I'm a fan. And the reality of it is it's pretty darn forgiving. Now, all these spots that I'm already going over it already have a Nuln Oil wash. They're already supposed to. So this is just further enhancement. I gotta do an inventory, see if I've got that stuff from that one article. I think the flow aid improver might be the one thing I don't have. I got retarder, I got the thinner. I think I probably do have the flow aid improver. And the other plastic soldier company, Panzer 38s that I have, they don't have, well, they don't have rust and they don't have black lining either. It's funny, every single thing that you end up like changing, like, hey, I could do this and add this to it and make it look better. You go back and look at your old stuff and this doesn't cut it anymore. No. I don't know what's going on. We've got more of you guys consistently being on here. I don't know if it's people driving down the road using this for ASMR or something. This is a really good product though. This quick shades. And I know it's not meant for this. It's meant to like I think just coat the whole thing, almost use it as a filter, but it works really good at this. You can cut it with water. Some of them are thicker than others. One of these I didn't think was going to work at all. I want to say it was the light tone. was almost like a gel. It was really, really odd the way it behaved. Like, this product's really not going to work. I just wasted my money on it. I'm going to have to return it. Nope. Cut it with water a little bit. Make it whatever consistency you want it to be. Makes it nice and controlled. Have it do whatever you want it to do. And I just have the 3 colors. I probably don't need all 3. One would probably be fine. I just decided to get them and kind of using them together and mixing them kind of by whim. I don't know that it would make that much of a difference though, but it's just something to do. Okay, now the turret on this guy. I see hinges here. Where there's hinges, there's rust. A little washed out looking with this light that's so damn bright, but get the idea there. We already did the Commanders one, didn't we? Maybe not. I don't see any rusty bits. Maybe not. Maybe we didn't do that, Commanders. So I think this with the camera facing this way is a little bit better. It does show me as a left-handed person, which is 180 degrees accurate. Is that the same as not accurate? Exactly. Do you guys get a better picture than the other way? Things you see in the picture are reversed from reality. Okay, bye-bye. You'll be back in about an hour or so?
I don't know.
Love you.
I love you.
All right. Oh, we didn't do the latches here. It just adds another level of color. Having these little rusty. Just something else to catch your eye, something else to look at. I thought I was going to put some extra special track on it, like additional track, but I just opted not to. Just thought it was kind of unnecessary. What was that? Uh-oh, you sent me two things. Well, I didn't get notification until now. A bit late, like 3 hours later. Let's see what you sent me. Let's see what you sent me. Sorry about that. I didn't get the notification. I just got a notification for something else I got to be looking at. I don't have a notifications on. Oh. Couple of Panther wrecks without guns. Yeah, baby! Let's kill this. Okay. About the other one. Man, where'd the gun go? That one looks like, second one looks like it's in Italy. Okay. Well, the Jeffrey have spoken. That's all right. I'll make sure the Panther's the first wreck I do. Fair enough. One of them is just, it looks like a fucktard. I mean, it is bad. The one that's got the commander stuck in there, it just looks terrible. 114's Italy, the other Panther's in the Ardennes. Jeffrey, challenge accepted. I got to take some good before and after photos. If they look half as good as the wrecks I've already done, and they will look half as good, I can't guarantee that I'm going to do the burnt, it was this photograph of this diorama. It looked like the tank had caught fire, so most of it was black, but the areas where it got really, really hot was almost like this oxide color, and then there was like this aluminum. I don't know that I'm going to do that, because even though that looks like it's done well, it still doesn't look right. There's some things that just don't look right, even even though they're correct. And that's just one of those things that I'm not sure that I'll do that. But the other thing, Rex, your mind automatically goes like, oh, I got to put holes in it. And a lot of these things, there's not that many holes in them. Like, there'd be like one penetrating shot that goes in and sends everything sideways, right? It's not like it's got 12 holes in it that penetrate. Like, you penetrated a tank with 12 times, there's not going to be anything left of the tank. You know, it's going to look like it got hit by, offshore artillery. There's that time for that saying that everybody likes to use: more is better. Less is better. No, less is more. Less is better is what it should be, not less is more. No, less is never more. Less is better. It's in terrible shape. I mean, it's in terrible. I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose. Spray it black. Airbrush some Dunkelgelb. I'm layering it up in levels, so, just everything I normally do. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. You've missed out on some fun with Polish vehicle names. I found these ones for the ones I have: Osa, Wasp, Bach, Gadfly. That's a really light vehicle. That's a vehicle that's a bit light on its feet to be called a Gadfly. What's your name? I'm the Gadfly. I'm like, okay, go hover over there. Mucha, Fly, and the Ganat. Those are all good names for TKS tankettes. TKS tankettes. Those things are cute looking. I think the Italian tankettes look ugly as shit, right? The TKSs, what they got? They got a 20 mil in them. That's pretty nasty. I've missed out. I haven't done them yet. This is for that teeny Ford armored car. Did you finally finish that thing? That one looks like a soapbox derby where it's like, you want to pilot this? All right, we'll build you inside of it. It's the only way you're getting inside is if like somebody builds you inside of the damn thing. You doing Russian Civil War with those things? This is one set of rules that I never played any of the rule sets. I did look at them. And it looked like they were really well done. Is that these group of people, and their website's down now, I think, called The Perfect Captain. And they had this one game called Red Actions. And I don't know if the game's any good, but the production values on these guys doing it stuff is really good. And they claim that their games were free. They wanted you to download to, you know, a couple of these like Salvation Army and stuff like that, which is cool to do that sort of thing. But I think their website's down. It went down a couple of years ago. Let me make sure we got all the Chizek machine guns on here. Chizekistani. And I'm not going to worry about putting tie downs around the spare tire. I'm like, ain't nobody got time for that. I'd have to like, well, I don't have anything for it to attach to. You know, the problems just mount from that point. Let's see if I've got a commander that'll fit into it. It's already painted, because I really don't want to stop right now and these look really good. You guys need a better picture of them though. You can't really see them. Let's do that. Let's flip this camera around. Let's flip this camera around and get it at an accurate like angle. And they'll look even better when they're sealed. Now, let's compare with this Rapham thing. This thing looks like ass. Oh, I better make sure we don't knock this thing on the floor. There we go. This thing looks like ass. And it's an earlier one because you can see it's got the zigzag front plate. It's got the zag in there. So it's going to be like a C, a B, or an A, or, you know. But the First to Fight one is just as nice, but the barrel is more to scale, which of course means it's flimsier. But it didn't give you the option to have the turret open, which is a shame because, like, dude, like, this is the command one. Like, if anybody should be popping their head out of there, it's the guy in charge. Polish-Soviet War and the Ilk. Perfect Captain stuff is all well archived on Facebook and on the Wayback Machine Internet Archive. So, yeah, pretty happy with how these look. I didn't put the 12th Panzer Division markings on these. I think I'll leave them off. I can always add them later if I change my mind. Can always do that later. Okay, so with that sorted out, and we're not done, unless you guys are fed up with me. Let's clean this area up. Let's start working on the Su-85s. Does that sound good? I'd work on that knocked out Panther, but I've got to prime it before I do anything else. And I guess I could take this show to the garage, but let's put these guys in a container that we're going to go out there and prime with. Shit ass Legos. These things don't work. I'll buy it for $1. I shouldn't have bought it for $1. Chinese crap. I always wanted to play a game of what's their Renaissance thing? Pistolado? I think that's what it's called. I thought the production values on their rules were really good, but I've never played any of their rules. I always liked that one campaign game they had, what, Princes of the East or something like that, and they even gave you like the little DBA army size armies for it. Like, that's pretty cool. But never got around to playing any of it. Probably be easier just to bring it over to this desk, but we gotta clean this shit off anyways. So, the Panzer 38s be gone. All right. The 3 dripping colors. Gray goes up here. There's a green and a yellow. And the German gray. And olive brown. And a brown. And another brown. And the flesh, one of the flesh colors. Camel black brown. Another brown. Gray. Just enough slots for all this stuff. And really none else. Gray goes here. Green. Old Rose. I like somebody that there's trouble with. I got a problem with Old Rose again. That's a MIG color. There's a quick shade of MIG. All right, we got rid of that. Now, we have a shit ton of these things all of a sudden. All of a sudden, we got lots of what we found a use for them. Like, hey, let's save these. The problem is, I have an addiction to this soda. Not an addiction. So I need a place to put all these things. Metallic can go there. Metallic can go there. Black goes over here. All right. Paintbrushes. Let's put them all on the left-hand side of me. Close this up, move this out of the way. We've got water. Tamiya clippers. We're going to need that. Now, here's a 50 cal just sitting up here going, mount me, mount me. Easy there. And I'm going to take all of these accoutrements. That'll work. This can go over here. Extra pallets. Yeah, do this from time to time, or I personally would go fucking crazy. Distracted by all this shit. All this stuff trying to vie for my attention. That's a good drawer for this. Bye-bye. File, another file, pin device, the tweezers, this Chinese brush that went kaput. What else we got? Dried paint. Oh, another accoutrement, another one. Wire. Okay, now we can breathe here. Now we can more or less breathe. Rommel figure. Yeah, we want to get a head start on this, so we're not like, I got 2 days to finish this model. Nope. We're not going to go there. Is this viable? Yeah. Yeah, both of those could be antennas. What's this extra piece of trap? All right. Both of these sides have been violated, haven't they? Yeah. Let's maybe flip it with this one. It's not so. Oh, how zen. How zen. Oh, yes. Thank you, Jesus. Ah, yes. Oh, happy day. Let's make sure this is all crick-crockety. Yeah, I don't know how I have used the Wayback Machine lots of times. I'm not sure how it works, but that's pretty much proof, like, be careful what you put on the internet because people can find it. I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. And here it is. Son of a bitch. Damn technology. All right, let's get rid of this martyr. Now, I think at this point, so we don't all go crazy together, I think at this point we need, let me fire up the computer and let's flip the camera around so you guys aren't seeing everything backwards. Because then it really will be in Russian. Now we'll flip this around. And I don't know exactly where it is. I don't know where the hello. And this is like one of the best tripods I have, and they still get like all wackadoo out of balance. All right, let's fire this up and make sure we're facing the right way. 7, 5. Now a normal person would be like, hey, let's just start a new video about doing this. Nope. Then you guys leave and shit like that. Nope. No, let's go to YouTube here. Find my own channel. See what you guys are seeing. A commercial not of my choice. What product am I not going to buy? Easy Contacts. No, I've ordered from them before. Live chat. Let's skip this commercial. No, I don't want to do YouTube Premium. Okay. Now we should be... There's a hell of a delay. Okay. All right, this is what we're going to build. Su-85 tank destroyer. And I wish the picture was bigger. Let's see, let's do that a little bit. And there's 2 of them that come in here. It's a huge box. So you think, well, that's not that big of a box for 2 kits. The models aren't that big. And I got this for $10 for 2 of them. So pretty much a steal. So this is made in, you know where. Multiple color pieces. Some of them look like they already are under stress a little bit. This one looks like a stressed out with the one in a different color. We're not going to build them both at the same time because that's a good way to, you know, instructions, pretty easy. The only thing that's disappointing about this is the decals it comes with. It comes with shit decals. They come for 2 units. One of them is, they don't even have it in here, do they? On the back of the box. I love these warnings. These warnings that are in, I heard a term today on the internet. I saw it written, Chinglish. Do not work in closed room. Okay, hold on 1 second. All right, we're good now. We want that to happen. Do not use glue and paint near open flames or sparks. Well, we don't do that anyways. Anyways, it has Polish liberation markings. Actually, there's an 802 in here that's not listed. How come it doesn't have any instructions on what units these are? I might actually use the 802 one. There's the German captured ones. We're not using those. They're huge freaking crosses. There's an 802 with a marking. It has a stripe on it. I see no sign of that. Well, one of them, for sure, is going to have some kind of remnant of snow camouflage. We're going to put one of them away. All right? We got our Tamiya clippers. We got, what else we got? Got some photo-etch parts. Like, no, photo-etch! Yeah, I got something cool, though. I got some stuff that I got. I got some blades for my bigger knife that's supposed to be better for that kind of thing. So we'll see. The decals might be listed over on the way. Well, it could be, but they're not in the instruction and they're not in the back of the book. But you know me, I just assume paint them. All right, let's rip this bitch open. I'll take things you hear in the operating room for 1,000, please. Chinglish. Never heard that before. We got some spare machine guns. They give you a Pepe Shah and they give you a PPS 43. No crew. Is one of the hatches in the roof open? At least one. Because one of them's going to have a figure in it. Let's do one thing. Yeah, we're not necessarily going to do this in order. Let's clip the body out. And let's do a comparison between, this is on a T-34 chassis. Let's compare our T-34s that we have and compare our SU-100s that we have that are complete, that are right behind me. Okay, so here is the hull for this particular vehicle. Now, the SU-100s are die cast and they're pretty close to 1/72nd scale. So they might be uber huge. And the T-34s I have, unfortunately, are 1/76 scale. Man, these things are heavy. This is an SHQ. It's bigger than the 176th. Man, it's spot on with this die-cast one. That's great. And if they're off a little bit, I'm okay with it because it's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal for me. This doesn't have any black lining on it either. So there's some of these vehicles that could, even though they look pretty darn good, they could look pretty darn better. Hey, that's how I motivate myself. Always do better. Okay. All right, so the first thing they want me to do here, they always make you do the unfun stuff. Like if you're building a plane, what do they want you to do first? A cockpit. There's no kid that ever got excited about a cockpit. Okay, well, you know what I mean. Bottom hull. Ooh, Marcus would love this. There's details on the bottom of the model. Like you do the oil change and shit on it. Now let me switch this because I have no way of telling. Let's get analytics up. Come on, do it. Okay, perfect. And two sides. Okay, so here's one side. And they made like 2,300 of these, which is a kind of a low number for the Soviets. 2,300 for the Germans is a lot more than 2,300 for the Soviets. Here's one, and the other side's over here. Unfortunately, all the running gear, all the wheels are all the same solid type. I prefer the ones that are like, hey, we're out of raw materials, let's make them cheaper. They look cooler, in my opinion. And then A34, which is the butt. All right. This one's pretty new. Let's just change it out for good measure. The only thing about moving this is I forgot about that Brazilian thing that I got to look up. That's something I should get for my birthday. What kind of cake do you want? I don't want a cake. I want cake farts. Or probably not after I see it. let's clip this little thing kind of close. This kind of leaves like a little V. So you can use it to clip all the way up to the plastic and you'll be all right. It's not leaving a wedge in there. Oh man, we're gonna have all these clippings all over this room. That's what the vacuum cleaner's for. It's one way to get frosting on your nose. Oh boy. And where's the bottom part? I thought we got the bottom part out. We didn't. We just talked about it. I just talked, I didn't do it. Now, some S model stuff, you almost don't even have to glue them together. As a matter of fact, my Crusaders, I didn't glue the suspension to the side of them, so I could spray it easier. So if that's the case here, I'll do the same thing, but I'm not banking on it. I'm banking on it being a little bit more difficult than that. All right, let's clean the flash off this stuff, at least to where I can see with my supervision. It's starting to remind me of an Eschi model with all these things that go together and none of them fit right. But I have a feeling this is definitely going to fit better than an Eschi model, even though that's not saying anything. That Eschi Hetzer I did was just trash. Trying to put it in a V formation like this with no nothing to line up, no ledges, or not enough ledges. Still built it though. Although those T26s are definitely the most challenging thing I have, because you've got those photo etch parts that somehow you gotta bend into a rectangular tube. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Let's just say I didn't finish building them. You back of the queue. And then this one. Not too many pieces here. I just want to know how they make these things. I saw how the injection part happens, but how do they make the original? All right, now we should have all the pieces now. Let's check for fit or finish. First thing is this tab. This one's on. That's big on the back, so it goes this way, and this tapers towards the front. So this is this size, this side, and what do we have here? We have, oh, this is going to be. This is not a typical S model. This is more of a pain in the ass. Nothing I can't handle, but it's not typical S model. S model's pretty darn simple. Okay, and then the same thing on the other side. All right, let's hop to it. I did the wrong side. And I actually read somebody that somebody said that you need to, or maybe it didn't do the wrong. What the F? Yeah, no, I didn't. I had done the wrong side. Somebody said that this glue is designed to actually put the pieces together and then run it along the cracks. Well, I only have so many hands. I only have so many hands. I like this stuff because you can always adjust it a little bit. And I had this stuff from California. It smells like oranges and it works just as good. Actually, we'll go ahead and test that because it behaves differently with different plastics. Where's the California one? I actually bought extra of this stuff and put it in the container. I think it's this one. Yep. Let's glue the other side with the other one. It's made by Microscale. Micro Weld, I think is what it's called. We sold that in the hobby store I used to work in. That's how I found out about it. And it actually smells good. Not like, hey, I'm going to get high, but like it doesn't smell pleasant. That sound. We're out here in a rural area. We shouldn't be hearing anything. All right, what comes up next? I don't think I'm going to be able to do the suspension afterwards. So building things on cardboard is great. Separate link track, it doesn't stick to this. I think I like the Tamiya better. I think I like the Tamiya better. Bye-bye. And this goes back here. And the two latches go towards the top. And now here, I will dribble this on the edge and then glue that together. All right, let's cut both of these track things off. Move this out of the way. We don't want to spill this on this cutting board because it'll eat through the graphics, I'm pretty sure. When you're a kid, you're like, oh man, it's molded in green. That's great. And I don't have to paint it. Don't think it quite works that way, but okay. Did when you was a kid. I had lots of ship models. I never painted the hull. Let's clean this up and we'll see how the fit and finish is on it. Oh, I know what it is. It's probably some retired person mowing on a weekend. These just sounds like they're far away. That's always annoying. Neighbor across the street. He's off every fucking day. Doesn't work for a living. And he mows when I'm on my show. Come on, dude. How many followers you have? I've noticed there's a trend. This is not a trend that applies to me, but there's a trend that I've noticed that a lot of people like. You'll see these dudes, these men, they'll be outside all the fucking time, all day long. They're outside all the time, and so you're thinking they probably try to get away from the bitch. All the time outside. Working on something. Okay, so this is the front here. So this is the one that'll actually go on this side. Let's go ahead and I had one neighbor that I don't think that guy was ever inside. He was always outside working on something. He'd wait until 3 o'clock, 2:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon to mow his lawn. Like that's the wrong time to mow your lawn. Like it's hard. It's hot as shit. It's always outside. I don't know. This fits in here. This fits in here pretty darn good. I'm going to go ahead and glue it though. I'm actually going to put it in place. And then we'll glue it. Yeah. The Tamiya one works better. The Tamiya one works better. Good news. We don't have to order that weird shit from California. It does smell good though. It smells pleasant. Not like, we want our whole house to smell like that. Same thing on the other side. So with the Russian road wheels, you're going to see the ones early war. They're going to be like this. They're going to be solid, and they're going to have rubber on all of them because there's not a shortage, right? Because they haven't gone to war yet. At the end of the war, they kind of got their shit together, or they got some of their resources back, and they're also solid. But the mid-war period, you're going to have ones that are just missing things. This is the only thing I hate is these little green bastards everywhere. All right. So how many road wheels is it? It's 5 for each side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then one each of these things. Okay. This is the part that I hate doing because of cleaning these little pieces up. Now, with that said, the tread pattern on these are really, really nice. Totally unnecessary, but nice. Absolutely unnecessary. Missed one down here. And then two of these, and then 2 of the other ones. 2 of those. And then this. And that. Okay. And now we clean this stuff up. And that's sprue. Yeah, but they even give you like these that aren't connected on the ends. Like, great, something else to clean up. No, I'm not going to twist them off. You know, when the first thing you do as a kid, let's cut all this junk off, then we'll trim these by hand. The first thing you do as a kid is you just tear these things off, like twisting them, right? Then that's the wrong thing to do. You leave gouges and things and take off plastic in places you shouldn't have. Break things. Then you're like, oh, use an X-Acto knife. And you're like, oh yeah, it's much better. But then you still end up like cutting on the sprue, and that's not right. And eventually you learn, like, just take it off the sprue and then you can fiddle with it later. We've all done it. Some people still do it. I'm wondering how long it's going to be before these... Oh, we got some corrosion on here. It looks like there's some corrosion on this side. The humidity got to it. Very, very minor. Oh well. These are expensive, but if they ever lose sharpness, we'll get another pair. Will this be considered ASMR? Wait for it. I'm not cute enough to do ASMR. I suspect that that's important. I don't want to listen to somebody whispering it's ugly. I don't want to listen to anybody whispering, period. But I have come across those videos. Doesn't do anything for me. Probably the most harmless kind of video you could find yourself watching. You know, because they're not even saying anything nasty to you. It's just like... the sound of breathing and saliva. Now, I have one of these. Let's see if this serves a purpose. don't know if I'm going to like that better than sandpaper, because the sandpaper I can make it whatever size I want. I think I like this better. No, even though I'm running out of ways how to hold this fucker. Oh, there you go. Hey, something here for everybody. And in 15 minutes, we'll have Mitch come over here and moisturize his feet for you. Here's that ASMR you wanted. The problem with some of these small things isn't that they're small, it's that it's hard to find a way to hold them while you're doing whatever it is that you're doing to it. It's like painting really small things, never an issue to me. Find a way to hold something so you can like clean up the flash, sometimes a problem. This is a pretty attractive vehicle, you know. We'll stop short of sexy. It's an attractive vehicle. It's probably a nightmare on the inside. Most Russian vehicles are. What's up? What's up, Reese? Person that says they have a strange last name but really don't. After you left yesterday, I think it was yesterday when you came on here, you said, I have a weird last name. And I said, no, you don't. But you do have a last name that would go with a kaiju. Look out! It's right hand! You know, whatever. Kaiju name. If you were a kaiju, what's your superpower would be? And that reminds me of something. Many moons ago, we'll call it 1991, I went to a game convention in Tampa. I went to a skirmishes convention in Tampa. And I went down as part of the hobby store that I worked at the time. We set up our booth to sell things. So we were working all day. Yeah, well, working a trade booth is not really work. Like, you know. But anyhow, we didn't have any time to game until the vendor room closed. So, which was, 9 or something like that. So we want to play this game, and this guy, I'm trying to think who the hell it was. I think I know who it is. Was running this game called Clayorama. And I thought he just made it up. But you can actually go, I think you can probably look it up on the internet. I think Ben, you could look this up on the internet. This is totally you. I think you would enjoy this. But anyway, let me describe it a little bit. Clayorama is a game where you basically create creatures out of clay and fight each other with them. So I'm like, I don't know what the hell this guy's on, but whatever. So everybody had different colors of Play-Doh. You made this creature. I made something look like a I used red. It looked like a frog that had a tongue or something like that. And the GM would come over to you. It's like, okay, this thing's got 30 hit points and it moves 2 hands, and its special attack is such and such a thing. It can like leap up over other things based on what your item looked like. He would give you skills. This is just totally tongue in cheek. You can have a beer while you're playing this kind of game, and there's actually rules for it online. Clay-orama, exactly how it sounds. And I don't know if he strictly followed how these rules are. And the way it works is, you go and it's time to move, and this is how you move. You move like, your creature's here, and you put your hand out, and he moves, however many hands or whatever. So real loose, and there's die rolls involved and like attacks and stuff like that. But I don't know where I was going with this. Oh yeah, the kaiju thing. So we took all the people that were from the town I was at, and we all ganged up on everybody else. So I actually found the rules, and when my daughter was little, I ran a game of it with her friend. They were like 9 or 10 years old or something like that, because she had Play-Doh. Once. Clay-orama. There's rules for it online. What am I doing? I am building a Soviet assault gun. Show you what it looks like. Here's the box. 2 of them come in the box. We're building one of these. I have a theme event next month that's Russians, and we're going to build 2 of these. I got these recently at a show for $10 for a box, and 2 of them come in a box. That's a pretty good deal. So I'll show you ways how to paint things that are green, that makes them, they're all one color and keeps them from looking boring. I get a kick out of doing the Russians and the Americans just because it's like, it's just all green. Okay, well, I mean, if you have that attitude, sure. All right, let's see how these things fit in here. See how the fit and finish is on this. Still kind of soft. Must be the California one. Yep. Let's recoat this. That California glue is not as good. But their decals, microscale decals, best on the market I've seen. They're pretty incredible. All right. I'm a little leery. I'm a little leery of putting glue on this and then putting that on. But just got to rip the Band-Aid off. And then this one will fit in here. And the little holes have to be lined up, or they should be lined up. So if you put this on here, you need to make sure that the holes And same thing on the front. I see this California thing still acting out. That's why you put California on the other side of the United States, so somebody else could deal with them. And this isn't really glue in and of itself. It's softener. It's plastic softener. So if you use it correctly, you go from a model having 50 pieces or what have you, to having one piece. It's all welded together in one piece. That's at least the theory. I think somebody was telling me that S model's out of business, or no, it was Pegasus. The Pegasus was out of business. I know it was hard as shit to get that set that had the KV1 and the KV2s in it. Very glad you found my live stream. Good. Well, you subscribe. You should get noticed. You should get notified of it. Good. I'm glad you find some kind of value or whatever. You know, when I used to work on my hobby, I used to listen. One of the first things I listened to was talk radio, because it was different. Like, you didn't know what it was going to be. Like music, yeah, you're constantly switching songs. But talk radio, you never knew what you were going to get. The problem is all talk radio is either politics, polarizing politics. I shouldn't say politics. Polarizing politics, or sports. Neither one are something I want to listen to. All right, I got to go pee-pee. Just tell it like it is. I'll be right back. There's nobody home, so be right back. So what I was looking at a couple days ago of getting that, what's it called? Steel Division 2, because it's destruction of Army Group Center. And then realized, oh, I missed the Steam sale on it. And I'm like, well, that's all good and well, because I don't know if I'd even enjoy the game. And I watched a couple of videos, one guy that was showing how to play the game just to see what it made of. And I realized that a lot of these people that play video games that are focused on maybe a period of history that I'm really interested in, we'll just use World War II for an example, don't really know shit about World War II. They're all interested in like meta, how to meta. And I actually had to look that up. What the fuck is meta? Oh, it's like basically how to win. So like, you know, if there's like one way to win, that's the way they're going to play, and they're not going to play any other way. So, you know, these people that are like, I play Warhammer. How do you play? Oh, I play with the most, you know, I only play with these guys because they win all the time. I'm like, okay, well, that's not what I want out of the experience. So, you know, these guys don't know shit about, you know, World War II. Or they're fine with things being gamey in a way. Whereas, so I started looking at it that way, and I'm like, well, maybe this person will really like this game, but I won't, because I want more to it than that. A lot of these people are like, hey, this is broken, so let's exploit it. And I'm like, it's broken. I don't. Really? You son of a bitch. There we go. It's broken. I don't even want to play it. So let's not mix these, because they might. I bet I could make it work. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time trying to figure this stuff out when all I had to do was pay attention. So we're just going to do this side first. And let's assume that the instructions are correct. Be like if you meted DBA. If you play DBA and you meta, there's 75% of the armies you'd never use. That's a huge experience you're going to miss out on. Now, they don't care. They're there to win. That's just not me. I don't operate on those principles. Well, it's not fair that I'm playing an army that's not very good. I said, well, then switch sides. Each side plays each one twice. You play the battle twice, once for each side, Sometimes things that are more unbalancing are actually kind of fun. Now, you don't need to be the martyr and always be the one that plays the crappier army, right? Switch off. Okay, so according to this one goes like this. It's interesting. They have like shit detail on the bottom here of the tracks, but all the nice details where you can see it. Well, that's fine. Let's see how these two pieces fit together. We got that one there, and we got this one. Looks like it fits pretty well. I didn't realize that was going to be that noticeable. Well, we'll clean this up after it's dried on there. The fit on this is great. Great fit on it. What made you make tanks and other stuff? I don't know. Always did. I got in junior high school. I was really interested in World War II. Junior high. I say that like I ever went to a junior high. Middle school. Damn it. And it's cool. I mean, everybody builds planes. In my generation, everybody's built models. It's my age. Everybody. They may not continue doing it, but they did as a kid, and they always would blow them up with firecrackers. I didn't. Like, I value my time a little bit more than that. You're not blowing up something I made. Well, that was a common thing. It's like people my age, have birthday parties, and they always give you those paint by number oil sets. Remember those things? Some of my first paints were those oil paints. It was crap paint, crap brushes, probably crap brushes more than anything else. You could work with cheap paint. I mean, hell, I use craft paint, and it paints okay. But you can't use brushes that are just like, that just are all misshapen before you even use them. Like, that's not going to turn out well. Now, I wish I could do this while watching television or something, but I can't. That's where you guys come in. I can do this while I run my mouth. There we go. You have this seat jacked all the way down or end up getting a headache. Not a headache, a neck ache. That's why it's all crimped up like that. You got to do something. I just don't really like watching television because it doesn't matter. You have no impact on what happens. Now, if it was like choose your own adventure, like it'll stop and ask you, well, you think Frank should go in the building or go back to the cemetery? That kind of thing. Yeah. But it's very limited the amount of programs that do stuff like that. I don't know that there's that many people that watch that much TV. I think we all spend too much time surfing on our phones. But we get to decide where we go when we decide to go there. Not like, well, it's 6 o'clock. I can't go on this certain place that I want to go to until 6 o'clock, because that's when the show starts. Those type of CDs. There's not that many. They're a pain to make. They're a pain to make. I've only seen a couple of them. There was some romantic comedy that I watched with my wife that was one of them. And then one of them was the Black Mirror one, Bandersnatch, which sounds like a really bad porno. And I remember not being not very good. But the romantic comedy was actually okay. Should she go back and see so and so or somebody else? So we talk about it. We talk about it as a group, and you can make a group show. I mean, it's cool. It became like interactive. I wish there was more of that. Like, imagine like the Walking Dead show, like that. That would be good. Or something along those levels, like give them a ride or let the zombies eat them. Did I glue this on the wrong side? I sure as hell did. That a dumbass me. Probably would have worked just fine. And this might be one of those situations where they have all these pieces individually numbered, but like this piece and this one is exactly the same, but they give them two different numbers. There was one manufacturer that had every single one of these road wheels. They were all the same, but this was M1, this was M2, that was M3, M4, M5. They're totally interchangeable, but they wanted you to put a certain one in a certain place. Like, that's just overcomplicating things. You've only seen like one or two, because there's only like one or two. It's pretty rare. It's pretty rare, but I like them. Choose your own adventure. There we go. Waffle type track. That's what it looks like. Waffle. Speaking of waffles, where the hell's Rick? Hey folks, Rick here. Yep. You know what I'm talking about. Rick knows what I'm talking about. Waffles. Waffle maker. Okay, now we flip to the other side, which is over here, and they want me to put A22 and A24. I already put the wrong piece on there. Okay, well, we'll exchange that for It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're the same. It's a 23 and 25. It doesn't even show 23 and 25. Yeah, it does up here. No. We're an advanced modeler. We can handle this. Stand down, citizen. Whee! Another reason to keep your table clean. Imagine Mitch cutting parts off. Problem is I can't reach it to hold on to it. You know what? Ha! Suck on that. All I do is hold it in place while you cut it out. But one of them is on YouTube and it's 3 years old. Last time I checked, and it's so old, I guess that it doesn't work anymore. And it won't let me or anyone on it now. A choose your own adventure? Yeah. Three years is so old? Come on, man. That was yesterday. I know you're pretty young, but what's so old for you? Like, hey, I want to go see an old movie. So what's an old movie? What quantifies as an old movie? So for me, an old movie would be like definitely a black and white movie. 50s. 50s, 60s is an old movie. 50s, 60s is an old movie. So I'll say something from the 90s is an old movie, and that's not an old movie. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Like, I remember the 1990s like it was yesterday. It's in quotes for a reason. Yeah. Oh. This cold day, hot day, cold day, hot day, cold day, hot day just makes all the plants go crazy, and eventually some of that seeps in here. That's why I sound a bit sniffly. Hot day, cold day, hot day, cold day. This side's not flat. This goes here. Shouldn't have even told me what side goes where. Like, I'll be able to figure it out. Yep. All right, and then the last two pieces to go on the back on this other section. And we just have two pieces that we have left on this sprue. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove all this, and we have left with that. This is definitely the most finicky of the S models I've built when it comes to tracks. And it's not difficult to deal with, it's just time consuming. I'd rather spend my time painting things. I don't mind building them, but sometimes things are like, hey, why am I spending this much time to paint to build this and you don't even see it? Now, that's not the case with any of these pieces, but there are some models that make you build all kinds of transmission things, and honestly, that are just a waste of freaking time. All right, so that's complete. So where do we go next? We already did this portion as well. They want you to put stuff on the business end of this thing. None of your business. These are going to look cool. These are going to look cool. It's a good looking vehicle. All right, we need to take the upper hull. And this is one of the pieces that goes on there. Oh, and this is the part where you can make it open or closed. All right, well, before we make that decision, we'll go look at our tanker figures and see if we have somebody that just like would look awesome poking their way out of one of these. Because I would like one of them have the hatch open and one closed. Soviet tanker figure. All right. This is this little piece that goes back here, A33. We're clipping far away from it, so. Loud ice maker. Ice maker just took a dump. All right. So this goes here. And then we have A9 and A10. Yeah, see, both of those pieces are the same. Why you label them in two different pieces? Like, what are you complicating things? Are you learning your alphabet or something like that? I'm not old, but Betty Boop is an old cartoon, I think. It's older than the crust in your underwear. These are exactly the same. Why give them two freaking numbers? And make things difficult. That's what they used to say in the 80s. That's older than the crust in your underwear. What part of the world you live, man? From where dost thou hail from? We're going to do something real anal retentive. We're going to drill these out a little bit. Just find the center there. Pin vise. Someone called you. Where are you from? Like, don't give me your address, but not because of me. There's other nefarious people on here. We need to go to a bigger one than that. Let's go to a bigger one. What do we got what do we got here that's bigger? Okay. In there. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go take allergy medicine. Over the counter allergy medicine. Obviously, that's what that is. I've had to take it just about every day. I don't like the idea of doing that, but it keeps it from being so freaking annoying. You don't know? You don't know where you're from? You don't have to tell me. Let's just hope for your sake you do know where you're from. I don't know how to get out of here. Okay. One of these has got to be the roof panel. That one. All right, so the front plate on this baby is right here. Okay, and they want me to cut out A12, A2. Let's see, here's A2, which is that how the driver gets in and out of this vehicle, which is ridiculous. It's an extremely tight fit. And if you drive with it open, you're basically unprotected. Okay, here's the part that goes on the top. A11. Okay. And the business end, A12, which is the 85 millimeter gun. 85 millimeter, I believe it's an L53. And it already comes pre-drilled. There's a divot there in the end. Spoken like a true kaiju. Radioactive. Man, I'm telling you, these Chinese can build some good stuff if they want to. I can say the same thing. We can make things here in the United States well if we want to. The problem is a lot of people don't want to. Nah, let's be shitty. Okay. used to make things in the United States that were awesome. And then like, fuck it. They give you the nice area to bond those two pieces together. And that's just on the edges. Okay, that's fine. That's pretty good finish there. It's a pretty good finish. All right, let's mount all this stuff on here and then attach the other thing to it. So why Russia-Japanese War? I know, because it really happened. I think the Chinese ones would be interesting, even though the Chinese things were terrible. I guess it's 10 years. It's 10 years before. I've looked at those tumbling dice models. They got an extensive list of stuff. Guess it's a little niche period that I won't spill over too many other things. Compartmentalized project and all that. So you actually like the fact that it won't spill. Okay. See, I would normally think that would be a disadvantage. Like, this is stuff that I can only use, and can't use for anything else. But I guess if you're happy with just doing a small amount of something, that works. But anyway, Sea Creep 4 works great for like River Plate, Battle with the Hood and the Bismarck. A couple ships on each side, no issue. Trying to do a lot of ships just takes a while. It could certainly handle it. Just takes a while. All right, we're not going to have this open because this guy doesn't need a facial, and there's nothing inside to see. So we're going to glue the driver's hatch closed. Your Aldi's in Europe, do they have like a coin that you have to put into the cart to pull a cart out? So the ones we have to put a quarter. You put a quarter into the cart, and it's like this device. So once you push it in there, it unlocks this chain from all the other ones. And then when you return it, you plug it in and it pops the quarter out. So you have to have a quarter with you. Same thing in Europe, or people just return carts? I mean, it won't solve anybody, but I guess it solves some people. It's a pound. What the hell? You guys are getting bent. You guys are getting bent in England. I say you revolt. A quid. Bollocks. Bollocks sounds like the balls on oxen. That's why you had to call the Australians in. They come up with a better saying. Yep, ain't gonna say that. That don't sound right. But a lot of people get little disc on their keychain and use that instead. Well, we get it back at the end. I paid for something with cash the other day, and it struck me as so strange because I never carry cash with me. It's so inconvenient to use. And we'll just use the back of the X-Acto knife to take that little thin line off. It's so weird to use cash. The problem is the change. Make it so damn inconvenient. And remember, these assholes over here want to put tax on top of everything, so it's never an even number. It's never an even number. You know, our prices on things are like the scales on Lindbergh models. It's like just some random 543rd scale. What? What kind of jackassedness is that? Somewhere there's an Australian Appalachian that split time between the two areas and has a thick hybrid accent. Well, isn't that what Australians are Appalachians for you guys, right? I got interested in that period as I picked up some Russian and Japanese 1/3000 scale ships and saw articles about it in Battlefleet, the magazine of the Naval Wargaming Society. Australian Appalachian.
Yeah, right.
Oh, man. Oh, this is weird. Oh, okay. The peg goes in there. That's what she said. There's stranger combinations than that. Jared, that was an abysmal attempt. Yeah, well. It was on short notice. I didn't give myself notice. And I still do better than most people in this country. I know that's not something to be proud of, but hey, keep it down. We're going to tell people that there's a German in the over there. Wer ist mein Heiner? Hey, at least I attempted to do something instead of, I can't stand that when you have like an actor that just like, dude, you're portraying a French character. Say something, with some kind of a twang, not like, yeah. What a treat this morning. Oh, you're welcome. I don't know. I'm just here doing my thing. All right. Which part goes towards the top? Okay, there's a cut in it. That's the part that goes near the hatch, right? All right, let's go ahead and put. And which part of the barrel looks the best? Because I want that one facing the top. I think this one. I mean, not only is the barrel drilled out, but there's like a little, it's like wider. And they can make good stuff if they want to. You have a pound coin. That's what you pay. That's what you pay whores with, right? A pound coin. You have a pound coin size token in my key fob that can be slid out and put into the trolley slot. Yeah, I don't have a use for coins. I don't have a use for coins. Hell, well, send them to me. Other than bases for figures. Okay. And then up here, that attaches like so. Okay. Now, the Rufus. The Rufus. I think I can probably not glue this down permanently. And that'll make it quicker to paint the top of the track. Let's see if this... you know what? We got a little... What a nice fit. What a nice fit. All right. All right, let's get the Rufus out. And see if we have a figure that's inspiring. And we're going to snowify this Joker. One of these two, maybe both of them. I got a pair of T-34s. The last model, the one that has the cupola on them. And they're going to be painted the same way these two are painted. Oh, look at this. This has 2 locator holes, and there's no locator holes here. I mean, this thing fits great. All right, we can put the hatch on later. Let's and glue that down. Let's look through my figures and see if I've got a worthy dude, a worthy comrade. Oh man, I gotta move some of this stuff over. I was disappointed to find out that I couldn't use the Martyr 3 that I bought by accident for Wintergewitter. The 3H. I shouldn't use it for it. Okay, here's a possibility. But those are really for the SU-76s, but I'll still pull all the candidates that I have here. Now, what's this? This is this is the tank driver, the T-70. I have to put a false bottom in there if I want to use that. What else we got here? I think there's a Soviet something or another in here. There's a lot of non-Soviet stuff in here, but let's go through here. Nope, that's another Kraut. German pack crew. 88mm gun crew. The top of the Kubelwagen. The 105 barrel for the Stug. Motorcycles. One of these dark colored pieces has Soviets in it. And I don't have enough Soviet stuff to put by itself. It may not be in here. It's not that. Not that. Nope. Nope. I'm surprised that pack crew ended up looking worth a damn. The one that came with the Airfix, that really surprised me. I was thinking it was this, and it wasn't this at all. Okay. Who's this clown? Exactly that. Oh, the guy that sits in the cab of the Opel Blitz. Yeah, I won't be using him. Well, not for that. Might have another use for something else. Okay, so there's nothing of value here for what we're working on right now. All right. What's in this bag? No Soviets. Okay. I definitely have some guys that'll work. These are all rodent parts. I'm not going to find them there. These are the Soviet anti-tank guns. Not going to find them in there. That's Germans. He's not in there. This drawer. All right, now we're getting somewhere. What the hell's in here? Ooh, I see some Soviet tracks. Is there anything else in here? I know I got a couple of I gotta have a couple of Eschi figures. I don't know where they're worth a damn, but I gotta have a couple of Eschi figures. I don't have any in there. What's down here? 3D parts. No. Just might have to. That might just have to suffice what I pulled out. I've got. That's what I was actually looking for. Was the Eschi guys. All right. All right, what do we have here? I mean, I've already used these guys. There's nothing wrong with them. I've just already used them. In one of the other Russian vehicles. This pose sucks. This guy is just terrible. But some of these other guys are all right. This ass clown right here. He's falling over like a little bitch. And who's this one? Anyways, I'm going to make the hatch open on one of these. This is from the Su-76. Guys, these guys are heroic scale. Da, da, da. Yeah, one of these guys will probably be okay. One of these guys will probably be all right. I love Plastic Soldier Company. They're plastic. It's really easy to, it's almost too soft sometimes. Now, this hatched, when it was, it's hatched? No, this hatch, when you open it, does it lay all the way down or does it sit halfway ass up? A32. I hope it lays all the way down. A32. Feels like a Sunday, but ain't no Sunday. Ain't no Sunday, damn it. Yeah, does this lean open like this, or does it only go half away? I have a feeling that it could lay flat all the way down. Let me see if I can do a quick search and find out. Let's see. Let's open up another window. Man, I can't see shit with these glasses. This whole bifocal thing is SU-85 unbuttoned. I'm not going to find anything with that. Okay, there's a guy on Flames of War that has it 45 degrees open. Yeah, will it lay all the way down? Here's one guy in the hatch here. Picture of an actual vehicle. There's not anybody in the hatch. Great. Great. The Tamiya shows him holding it open. Okay. Vertical. Okay, but will it lay freaking flat? That's what I want to know. Well, here's one abandoned. And it's abandoned standing up. So that tells me it wouldn't. That tells me it wouldn't do that. All right, well, if that's the case. We'll glue this vertically. Now we glued this on, right? Yep, okay. So if I put a guy in here, it's going to have to be like that. Which is okay, we can do that. All right, this is complete. Moving on to the next one. And then what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to prime this along with the wreck, with the Panther wreck. All right, I got a couple A13s. A13, little pieces. And they're just like the top to the periscopes. So we'll need to make sure that we hold on to them. And A7. Oh, A15's up here? Okay, cool. We could do that. Here's A7. See, this is one of these pieces that's a problem, okay? It's a rounded piece, and once you remove it, there's nothing else, there's nothing to hold on to trim it. And A15 is like an antenna mount. Okay, that's enough little parts for now. Yeah, there's like nothing to hold on to hold this in place. That's the problem. Seam isn't an issue. I can see them just fine. Cut this just shy of where it needed to be on purpose. Well, pulled that one out of my ass. Definitely a lot harder to do with an X-Acto that's not sharp. Now these round ones, I freaking hate these things. And then the antenna thingy. I think that's what it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to pre-drill this. I think that's an antenna thing. Hot frickin' damn. All right, this little bastard goes right here. Okay. The headlamp goes here. And the two periscope thingies, which are both the same piece. One goes there, one goes there. Well, I gotta check on one thing. I don't know why they decided to cast this as a separate piece, but they did. Rather strange. This periscope, one of the periscopes faces forward, the other one faces at 7 o'clock. Okay. And we got some fuel drums. I'm going to skip and put this. Does T happen to be in a different color? It is. Okay. T1 is the larger of the two boxes. Fair to say the T2 goes on the other side? Yeah, and in the back. T2 goes on that quarter. And two latches to the outside. So this is the outside side. And then these two, it's got two little pegs here to locate it. That's nice. Okay, and then likewise, same one goes on the back here. Falling asleep so far on this stream. Excellent. No extra charge. Hey, it's better than me stressing you out. Just imagine if I was whispering sweet nothings to you. I'm not exactly a whisperer. And same thing on the other side. And the two latches go... There's two latches that go towards the end. Yep, these. That's on the outside. The ones that are towards the inside are... This has got a hell of a lot more pieces than it should have. Okay. And there's little pegs I decided to put in here, nicely of them. Yeah, I'm fine putting people to sleep. Better than like angering them and, you know, they get pitchforks out and... What's that? Got a pair of toe hook grabbers, T4s. Got more than a couple of them. See, this is... How do you clean the flash off that? 2 of them go on the back. See if we're going to have to call in Stickums. Let's see how close we can get with this. What's bad is when I'm doing a film, I've fallen asleep a couple times. I've like almost dozed off a couple times painting something. Not today, but are you going to base the model you are doing for the model club night? I don't know. So the problem with snow is I do want to do snow bases, but I don't have the snow base material right now, and it's rather expensive. So short term, no. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm sure we can knock that out of the park, but that's just something else that takes even longer. I mean, I'm doing it for me. I'm just bringing it to the model club night. That's the only difference. Like last month was, a couple days ago, this last week, it was Vietnam. I don't have any Vietnam things. And I would have actually thought, I would actually considered getting the Airfix / MPC Centurion and build it as an Australian Centurion. However, that's the wrong model Centurion. So I'm like, well, we're not going to do that then. So I just didn't bring any Vietnam stuff, but I didn't vote for that theme anyways. Okay, there's 2 grab handles. It's interesting. There's 2 grab handles here on the side, and they don't tell you to put them on there. But they're here, and there's actually no locators for them, which isn't a big deal, but there are locators for these here. One there, one there, one there, one there. Now let's see if we can get this thing to go flying. I tried to get some tweezers that were rubber tipped, but they're way too fucking big. So we'll have to order them, and we'll have to get them when they see them in person. Airfix MPC Sheridan. Oh, they did? Well, it's too late now. I missed out on it. That's right. They do a Sheridan for that. Well, that's it. That kind of sucks. That's a cool looking tank. I think it was a piece of crap, but it's a cool looking tank. I knew somebody who was supposedly, they said they were a tanker, and they went to training school in California, and they used the Sheridans and mocked them up as Soviet tanks. And played war games, but the war games didn't involve dice, so how much fun is that? Not much fun. Oh, we got photo-etch. Oh, these. Oh. What is photo-etch here? Other than tools, these damn tow hooks. I mean, it's a good looking model. It's a little, it looks delicate compared to, Plastic Soldier Company stuff. Actually, he'd fit right on that ledge. I could just glue him down like that. He'd sit there. He'd be about the right height, too. Oh, I hear a woman. The opening of the garage. Yeah, this might actually be good in the game with that knocked out Panther, right? In SU-85, I have no problem knocking out a Panther. Be right back. You're honestly the best. No, I'm not. There's, this is really low production. This is really low production value. I don't have a producer or anything. Photo etch, photo etch, photo etch. F it. Let's do photo etch last. I got some knife blades that should help with photo etch a lot. So we got those two. Oh, son of a biscuit eater. This fell over. I'm the best because I show you guys everything I do. I don't hide secrets from that. I'm gonna be one of those guys like, I gotta hide these things so people think I'm some like gotten. Come on, man. Like help people along, man. It's fun to help folks. There's some stuff that I've mastered and okay. Okay. We've got some fuel tanks. We can put those on afterwards. Okay, two more grab handles go on the side here. Let's cut these out. And that leaves 2 more. So where the heck are the other 2 go? Maybe back here somewhere? Let's give you extra ones in case you lose them. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Oh, one goes back here. And the other one may be an extra. Yeah, it looks good back there. There's no locator pins, though. All right. So I have a feeling that this vehicle probably had a high percent, and I forget how many rounds it had. It didn't have that many rounds. 22 or something like that. I would suspect that a high percentage of them were armor piercing. Not much high explosive. Not much anti-infantry stuff. That's not really what these guys are for. And again, it's a problem because it's a vehicle that doesn't have any point defense at all. Has no machine gun. It doesn't have a coax machine gun. It doesn't have a AA machine gun. You got to have infantry working along with you. The other 6 viewers, well, they're working on their hobby stuff. I get paid by the blanket. We're going to have to stop when it's time to have lunch. Ooh, we're getting a little bendy there. Just be careful. Be very careful. You know, if you're typing things constantly, you can't work on whatever it is that you're working on. And we do this to accomplish things, not to unaccomplish things. All right. So based on where this illustration is on the side here, it looks like, I mean, it's not a precise thing. I'm sure these, I mean, if any vehicle isn't precise, it's a friggin' Soviet vehicle, that's for sure. So we're going to put, let's grab this in hand. And now once we got it, I'm happy, and I'm happy with the location. And luckily this doesn't weigh anything. You could also use staples for those. If your vehicle doesn't have any of those, doesn't come with a model kit, you want to put grab handles, take staples. Staples would be about the right size. You have to take some of the edges off, but some of the ends, because it's not that deep, or just drill 2 holes and push the staple farther in. That should work. I've theorized about it before. Yeah, I went on the miniatures page the other day just to see if there's any news about an odd situation that happened this last week. And I realized is it's so hard to sift through news on the miniatures page. And I mean, I used to go on the miniatures page all the time. Hello. But I don't really like any other kind of bulletin boards that are that kind anyways. They're just hard to sift through stuff. There we go. There we go. And now we'll... All right, then we need one for the back, and I guess they just give you an extra. Let's not cut it with this. That puts too much pressure on this. I don't know about using these cables. That's a lot of clipping. I may just leave those off. The tow cables. They're completely straight. We're just going to center this on. That's what I should have done. Just put it on the plastic. Okay. Imagine doing this with that old school glue. You'd make it just make a disaster. Just a disaster completely. All right, we got the extra armored track. And unlike the German track, they usually had a bracket holding it up. A lot of the Soviet track was just like welded on there. So it's almost like It's meant for extra protection, not necessarily a spare to replace. So it's just, what, right in between those two? Yeah. Okay, just something like that. And this T5 box. I wonder what the heck that's for. It fits back here. Well, that just covers access to that. I don't know that I'm going to put that on there at this point. We're gonna look into that a little bit more. All right, let's take a look at the photo etch. Decals on this side, decals. I'm actually going to go ahead and we need to move this. I'm going to do something unique. I'm going to cut them inside that plastic. It might keep them from flying all over the place. So for that, some guy was selling these at the model club. I think they're the same thing. And some of these have blade sets. These are old. This is for the number 11. Nope, this one's not. This one's not. This is the one I want. This one that's rounded. And you know this thing is covered in oil. That smells funny. It smells like a railroad layout, honestly. Oh, that's that edge. No, we don't want that edge. That's interesting. I've never seen one like that. It's this rounded one that we want. Now, let's see how sharp this is. Don't have to worry about this thing flying all over the place, that's for sure. 2 for the front, 2 for the back. This is a ubiquitous saw. that the Soviets would always have on the side of almost all of their vehicles. Now what we're going to do is let's cut that plastic off and see if we can cut off and just remove that one piece. Look at that. That's how you do it. And then the worst thing about photo etch is gluing it, because you have this super fine edge that you have to glue against something else, and you have to use something really thick, super glue. I'm going to try using super glue, and if that super glue gives me any shit, I'm going to use epoxy, and then that'll be the end of it. But the epoxy's a pain because you got to mix it. Okay, I'm going to leave all the plastic on there. Now, 2 of them go down there, 2 of them go on the front. And then you can look at this and go, oh, okay, I need to trim a little bit off of that. Okay. And make sure they're facing the correct way. All right. Let's try super glue. This. I don't need that container anymore. The ones on the front have the hooks facing upwards. The ones on the back have the hooks facing downwards. Kind of like a boat hook. You're going to tie your boat off. You're going to tie your SU down. People complain that the cutting of the photo etch is the problem. I disagree. I think the gluing of the photo etch is the problem. Now it's funny because I can tell that these are 2-ply. Like this photo etch is 2-ply thick. And the same thing on the bottom. What's going on here?
Okay,
Okay, I'll be right there. All right, we're gonna come back to the tow hooks on the back, and I may end up using epoxy. We almost got this little guy done. So, all right, folks, thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.